Hey everybody, you're listening to the Steve B Show. This is a new show here on YouTube. I know I tried to do it before, but if you notice, I'm not doing actually a video. It's audio this time. And the reason why I'm doing audio is for a very big reason. When you have video, you're focused in on what the person looks like, their mannerisms, their reactions, their the way they look. Like I mentioned that, but sort of when I say the way they look, their their aura. Okay, I don't know how to say it other way. There's another word for it. It's at the tip of my tongue. Their communication, but you know, their facial communication, I guess. Okay, that's what that's what people usually do, and that's what that's what they do when they watch videos. And then sometimes you get the people who get really totally unfocused, and they look at something in the background and they're like, oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? So, you know, the sole purpose of this is the audio, what I am actually saying. So, videos, although they can be very informative, it can be very visual, and that can be very important to people. My sole purpose here is what I have to say. And that's why I am doing it in this way, and I'm starting off clean slate. So that is the situation. So I'm going to be starting off brand new as if this never happened before. So today we're going to be there's going to be a lot of things that we got to talk about today. First of all, I'm going to be doing an introduction talking about myself, why I'm doing this, and another thing as well, which will be in the introduction. Also, climate change, global warming, environmentalism, the Keystone Pipeline. All of this is what we will be we'll be talking about. Socialism versus capitalism. Very important you stay tuned for that, because that is a topic today that a lot of people are confused about and don't really know. So make sure you stay tuned for that and you listen. Also, we will be talking about Obamacare, the IRS scandal, and Benghazi. Very important you stay tuned for these very broad topics that a lot of people are confused about. And really don't know what the heck happened. Then after that, I picked some stories that are going on currently. Now again, international policy will be something that we really talk about today as well. However, there's also a few stories I chose, and the reason why I chose these stories is for the sole purpose of the general theme that connects all of them together. There's a general theme that connects them together, and I'll try to describe that to you when we start talking about them. Also, a staff member at an elementary school using heroin. The reason why they know it's a staff member is because it was found in the faculty bathroom. And again, it's an elementary school. And this will make way for me to be able to talk about the education system here in America. Also, finally, homosexuality. And this will also make way for me to be able to talk about religion. Now, don't say, oh, I don't want to hear about this religion BS. I don't want to be preached to. No, I'm not a preacher. Okay, that's not why I'm here. I'm not a priest. All right. The reason why I'm here is for, well, I'll explain why I'm here. And that's going to be in the introduction. But this is an issue that has been made an important issue. Okay, it's been made an important issue. So I'm going to talk about my view on homosexuality, gay rights, I think it's LGBT or LBGT, I don't know what it is, whatever the heck it is. We'll talk about this, okay? And it's definitely changed over the course of the past 50, 60 years, which is very important. So, let's start off with talking a little bit about myself. I am Stephen Boyle. I am 19 years old. I am a citizen of the United States. No question about that. I live here in the state of Massachusetts, and I am a chemistry major. I am currently a college student. This is my second semester in college. And yeah, that's basically some of the most basic information about me, non I guess political. But now let's start getting into the political stuff, because that is what this show is all about, which in a second I will describe. I am a conservative. I am a Tea Party member. Later on, we'll talk a little bit about conservatism, liberalism, Democrat, the difference between Democrat, Republican, all of this. There's a major difference. Major difference, okay? So, we'll talk about that, but again, I am a conservative, I am a Republican, okay? Now, it's important that you look at it as conservative Republican, because there are many people who are not conservative Republicans, but call themselves either conservatives or Republicans, and they aren't. So we'll talk about that. But the question here is why am I doing this? Why in the world would I be doing this? Well, I have a lot of friends on Facebook. I have a lot of friends who are very unsure of who they are, their political standing on things. It's being taught to us that, oh, politics is horrible. It separates people. It divides people. Okay? And that's what's being taught to us. Or they're being taught about certain political ideas in school, and they're disagreeing, but it's being taught to us that we can't disagree. Either that, or their parents are telling them one thing, and they're being taught another, and there's this conflict within them. Usually when it's no doubt, when you're unsure about your political standing, it means you have a conflict within yourself. You don't know. Why don't you know? Because you're confused. You're confused because you don't want to go into this. The reason why you don't want to go into this is is for a bunch of reasons. Okay, that can't be explained. But it's important to know where you stand on these issues, because you need to know when things are going wrong. When things are going wrong in your life, do you just sit there and say, oh, it's gonna go over eventually? Or do you actually do something about it? Okay? And I guess what's being taught to us today is that just it'll pass. It'll pass. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what's going on. Just peace is what's important. And that's what's being taught to us. That's what's being taught. And the reason why I know this is because I went through the whole entire education system. And I'm still in the education system. Okay? And this is the reason why I'm doing this, is because I wish I had somebody who would have explained all this to me, who would have explained all these issues in a way that they can understand. Okay? And somebody who passionately knows about these issues. Now, some people may say, "Oh, you got an agenda to this." Now, yes, everything that we do in life has a reason. There's a reason why we do everything to this. So basically, everything has an agenda. Now, there are hidden agendas, and there are agendas that we put out. This does not have a hidden agenda to it. There is no hidden agenda. There is an agenda and I'm going to put out the agenda. I'm going to put out the reasons why I'm doing this. Okay? And the reasons why I am doing this is to inform people, to get people to know where they stand on things, to get people to know what's going on around them. That is my sole purpose. There's no other reasoning. Don't try to dig deep and say, "Oh, is he doing this for money? Or is he doing this for this or that?" No. "Oh, is he trying to get people to be conservative?" No, I'm not trying to get people to be conservative. Now, again, I'd like people to be conservative, but again, that's from within yourself. It's from within yourself that you are either liberal or conservative. That's not determined by anybody else. It's from you. You. Not me, not the not the person next to you. And me or the person next to you cannot change that. But there are people who are unsure of where they are. They're like, "I don't know if I'm liberal. I don't know if I'm conservative. I don't know where I stand." This is for them. Alright, now, this program is also for people who are conservative and want a conservative viewpoint on things. They want to hear the conservative viewpoint. This is not for the liberal. This is not for the liberal and for me to change that person. I am going to say it out now. If you are a liberal and you know you are a liberal, this is not for you. Now, if you want to stick around and hear what I have to say, because because some liberals are liberals because they were taught that way. They were, and they were basically taught that conservatives are mean. They're nasty people. Okay? You may get educated from this. Maybe, just maybe, you'll have a different view on conservatives. But you will know when I start talking about the issues if you're willing to change or not. You will know right away. Right away. You will know right away. Because people who are liberal, they'll be like, "Oh, I gotta get off of this." They'll listen to 5 minutes and they'll be off. That's how you know you're liberal. If you're conservative, you will be like, And if you're willing to change, if you're willing to, or if you want to actually know what conservatism is and not just the bias that's being put out there, because there is a bias about conservatives. Now, people think that there's a bias from conservatives about liberals. No. Liberals are not that complicated. Liberals are not complicated people. They have a specific agenda, and this is a hidden one. This is something that you have to look into in order to know. Okay? This is conservatives, their agenda is put out there and it's flat out. There is nothing, it's to the point. To where with liberals, it goes around like this, and it goes around like this, and it brings you to a point, but it's not where you wanted to go. And the people who do get there and who are liberal, they'll be like, oh, it's so wonderful. But in essence, it's worse than where they started. And I'm going to explain why a little bit later on. But again, all right, the reason why I am doing this is to inform people, to get them to know where they stand on issues. That's why I'm doing this. Finally, I want to talk to you a little bit about my role model. I believe last year, I think it was beginning of the summer. It's been less than a year. I watched this video on YouTube. It was either on YouTube, I think it was YouTube. Now, where I have gotten up to this point, and I want to make this clear, the views that I have, everything that I am, it has not been infringed upon me. It has not been told to me. I learned it on my own. I am here today with the views I have because I did the research. I looked into everything. It wasn't my parents who brought me here to this particular point. It was not the school system. It was me. M-E. Alright? It wasn't anybody else. Nobody influenced me to get to the point to where I am today. And I want that to be clear, because when I talk about my role model, people are going to be like, oh, how can you do that? Oh, no. You know, the liberals will be like, they'll go in a tizzy if they heard. They would completely go in a tizzy. They would go in flames. Literally. They would go in flames. And they'll be like, oh, you're just another one of his posse people. Or one of his cult. In his little cult there. And that's not the reason. That is not the reason. The reason why he's my role model, and I haven't even told you who he is yet. The reason why he's my role model is because he reassures me my views that I have. And those views that I have is not because of him. It is because of me. Now, my family tries to tell me, oh, you think that because of your role model. No, absolutely not. It is because of me and my views. Nobody influenced me. People, the left tries to get you to have these specific views that, oh, if it wasn't for this person, you wouldn't have these views. You would like Obama. I'm sorry to say, but no matter if it was for this person or not, no matter if it was for Fox News or not, I would still have these views. I'm sorry to say. But the problem is that liberals are putting onto the right and onto the conservatives that they are brainwashed and that they're all onto this cult thing, when it's actually them. They're the ones brainwashed. They're listening to MSNBC. They're listening to CNN and listening to F. Chuck Todd or all of these people. Chuck Todd is the White House correspondent for NBC. And he also is an anchor on MSNBC. So, they're the ones who are listening to all this liberal malarkey. They're the ones who are listening to it. The ones who are like, oh, CNN is in the middle. When it's not. It's not. It's just another liberal media outlet. Basically, all the media today is liberal. So you have that. So who is my role model? It's Rush Limbaugh. And some of you are like, yeah, your interpretation of how I would react is pretty good. And why? Because I know liberals. I know them. I live around them. They're all around me. I live in one of the most liberal states. Therefore, I know liberals. And liberals try to know conservatives like they know themselves. But they can never know a conservative because we are not that simple. We don't conform. We don't do any of the, we are not putting ourselves out there to indoctrination. So therefore, we are not that simple. We're actually simple. But they just don't, they have tuned themselves out to common sense. They have tuned themselves out to actual, literal common sense. And actual reasoning. They have to go to the media they have to go to the media. They have to go to their biggest fan in order to be able to know what's going on around them. They can't know for themselves. They have to rely on somebody to get that information instead of looking at what's going on and making a determination for themselves. That's basically the situation. Now, why is Rush Limbaugh my role model? Very simple. You all probably know, or at least most of you, not all of you, know that Rush Limbaugh, he is a radio talk show host. He is on the radio from noon to 3 every day during the week. Not on the weekends. And he talks about current issues. He's conservative. So of course people don't like that. Now, the problem with Rush Limbaugh that a lot of people on the left are, this is what they think is the problem, and this is the reason why he is my role model, is because he doesn't care if the liberals call him a racist pig. He doesn't care if they call him a bad word. Folks, think of any bad word, and Rush Limbaugh has probably been called that. Heck, let's combine bad words. Actually, it's Burger King time. Have it your way. Let's take racist words, maybe even the words of animals or animal names, and bad words, and let's combine them. The list is ongoing. The list is literally ongoing. If Rush Limbaugh has probably been called that. I would not be surprised if there is somewhere on the internet a word of the day for Rush Limbaugh. Honestly, a word of the day for Rush Limbaugh. That is how much people despise him. Go up top, okay, in the search box and search MRC TV Rush Limbaugh. There are actually people out there. Because this guy, his name is Dan Joseph. He goes around and asks people questions that are relevant to current issues and current events in our government. And one of the questions he asked, and this I believe was in Washington D.C. Now it was the people he was asking this question to was to the Occupy Wall Street crowd, which, if you don't know what that is, they are a very left radical movement. Okay? They're as left as you can go. So, the question was who is worse for our society? Al-Qaeda or Rush Limbaugh? People actually had to think about that question. They actually had to think. And the people who didn't think about that question, they answered Rush Limbaugh. Can you believe this? People actually believe. And I asked my mother. And this is the answer I got. This ridiculous answer. Okay? Oh, it's because, he has a lot of people who follow him. So that's the reason why I could see why he could be as bad as Al-Qaeda. What's the difference? Go on Facebook. Go on Twitter. Look up an anchor. Look up a journalist. They've got millions of followers, or at least thousands. Look up Brian Williams. He's probably got millions of likes. What the heck is the difference between millions of followers between Brian Williams and the millions of followers from Rush Limbaugh? Oh, that's right, because Rush Limbaugh is objective. He's not subjective, as all the journalists are today when reporting things. He doesn't care what people have to say about him. Folks, this is clear evidence that they feel as if Rush Limbaugh he's got this whole posse people. He's in control. And because he's in control, and he controls the minds of people, that's the lunacy. That is the lunacy of it. They feel that these people who follow Rush Limbaugh cannot think for themselves. And therefore, the followers that they have can't think for themselves, so therefore, Rush Limbaugh is the problem. Well, folks, I have to tell you something. I have to tell you something. That is not the answer. That is not the reason why we listen to Rush Limbaugh, is because we are these robots who follow Rush Limbaugh. No! You know the reason why? You honestly want to know the reason why? Because he is passionate about what he has to say. He knows the issues. People think, oh, he's so racist. He's not racist. He isn't. I just get so tired of people saying, oh, he's got this posse and all this other stuff. No, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. He's got a bond with his listeners that no one, not even the left, can describe. I can't even describe it. And I'm one of his viewers. Rush Limbaugh cannot even describe it. It is a very deep bond that he has with his listeners. He's not this evil person. He loves his country. He admires his country. He wants this country to be the best it can be. And the thing that I admire most about him is he doesn't care about what other people say about him. Neither do I. I don't care what other people have to say about me. I wouldn't be doing this if I cared. Because guess what? You know what I anticipate? I anticipate people to write horrid comments down below. That doesn't care. I actually will be happy if people start calling me a racist, F word, C word, whatever. That doesn't hurt me. That honestly doesn't hurt me. What makes me happy is that maybe that one or two people who actually got something out of this, who actually learned something, who actually figured out about themselves. Those are the people that I'm happy for in doing this show. Not the people who dislike this video. They could everybody who listens to this could dislike this video. I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. So that is my introduction. I hope I got through to everybody. But I probably didn't get through to the liberals. But that's fine. No matter what you say, you'll never get through to them. So that, my friends, is what this show is all about. I hope you stick around for this show and for other ones that I will be doing in the future. As of course, this is really a place where all conservatives can come together and, hear about what's actually going on. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to talk about, out of 20 issues that are currently going on in our country, this is ranked number 20. So you're saying, Stephen, why are you talking about this? What the hell? Why are you talking about the issue that's least important to us? Well, it isn't important, and that is the reason why I am talking about it, because the liberals are making it important. It's not important at all. It's not important at all. Okay? But everybody is making this such a big deal. Such a big deal. So, let's start off with, let's go back a few years ago. A few years ago, for those of you who don't know, I'm very much interested in the weather, and this sort of was my first issue that I became conservative on, and that is climate change, global warming. That's the issue that ranks 20 out of 20 in a recent survey. So, I was being taught in school in 7th grade. I remember it clearly. We were watching, it might have been even Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth. I forget. It was some video on global warming. It was in biology class or life science. And we watched this video, and it was with the polar bears, with the ice caps melting, and all of this other liberal malarkey. And I believed it. I believed it. I believed what was going on. I believed this. I believed it. All right. So we have this global warming, climate change stuff, and I looked up on it. I looked into it because I was like, there was always that thing deep inside me that was like, Stephen, we're not going to die because of this. And I wanted to see if there was anybody who actually wrote on this, who, maybe opposes this. I just wanted to know. Because I was conformed, but in a sense I wasn't. There was that part of me that wasn't. And I've always had that part of me that wasn't didn't totally believe on all of the issues. And that's why I was unsure about myself, unsure of my political party, unsure of where I stood on the issues, because there was that little thing inside me saying, Stephen, there's no such thing as global warming. There's no such thing as, whatever. Okay? Whatever issue you want to bring up, healthcare, you move on. Because personally, my identity was starting to develop. So, and the earlier you figure out your identity, the more stable you'll be in life. Okay? That's very, very, very important. You need to know your identity. Because without it, you're basically a person, a blob of matter on the earth. There's no difference between you and the rock. You need to know who you are and your identity. That is what makes you, you, and not you, the other person. Okay? So, this was my first step. Because I was like, you know what? Let me look into this. And I watched this one video. It was with the former owner of the Weather Channel. He's currently working, or he was currently working, I don't know if he still is, at a local TV station in Texas, and was talking about how global warming was a hoax and all of this other stuff. And he had, it was like in three or four segments, and it was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. He was fabulous. Fabulous. So then I started watching other videos, and you had I started watching some of the Al Gore videos and all of this other stuff, and I soon realized just how ludicrous, how idiotic this perception of global warming really was. It's idiotic. It is idiotic. Now, I am going to be playing some sound bites for you. But first, before I get into these sound bites, I want to talk about what global warming is. Global warming or climate change, because there's no difference. I want to make that clear. There is no difference between global warming and climate change. No difference. I want to make that clear, because there's a lot of people out there that are like, oh, it's climate change. It's not global warming. It's the same thing. Same thing. The assumption is, or the perception is that we as humans are impacting our climate. And we need to do something about it. Our Earth is warming. We are totally destroying this Earth. So, that is the perception. Either that, or that we are in some way causing extreme events to happen in the weather. We need to find cleaner energies. We need to find less dirty energies. We need to have these polluters stop polluting, because they're destroying the Earth. That's the perception. That is the global warming debate in a nutshell. So, Bill O'Reilly, back a couple days ago, talked a little bit about this. And recently, climate change has come out of the shadows. Now, there's a reason why it has come out of the shadows, and it's a couple reasons. There's a couple reasons why it has, but I will talk about those in a second. But I also want you to listen, because there was a couple things that Bill O'Reilly said that I don't necessarily agree with. Okay, but for the most part, this was very accurate, very, very good in describing what the situation is. However, I want you to figure those out, and we'll see, or see if you can figure them out. But there's a reason why this has come out of the shadows recently, and why this has become, quote, a major issue. Okay, and in this soundbite, you will hear John Kerry and Obama speak on global warming, climate change. Okay, so here is Bill O'Reilly, February 19th, the Bill O'Reilly, or the O'Reilly Factor.
Bill O'Reilly reporting tonight from Los Angeles. Thanks for watching us. The climate change strategy, that is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. As you may know, things are not going too well for the Obama administration. The president's job approval rating around 40%, lower than Bush the Younger's in the middle of the problematic Iraq war. So the president must raise his positive profile. But that's not going to be easy. The economy will not improve anytime soon. Foreign policy shaky, with Iran now signaling it may go back on the nuke treaty. And Obamacare continues to be very problematic. Enter global warming, a fervent liberal cause. On Sunday, Secretary of State John Kerry said this.
Climate change can now be considered another weapon of mass destruction, perhaps even the world's most fearsome weapon of mass destruction.
Mr. Kerry setting the table for an all-out climate change campaign. That is, that all severe weather in the USA will now be blamed on global warming. President Obama picked up that theme when he visited drought-stricken California on Valentine's Day.
A changing climate means that weather-related disasters like droughts, wildfires, storms, floods are potentially going to be costlier, and they're going to be harsher. Droughts have obviously been a part of life out here in the West since before any of us were around, and water politics in California have always been complicated. But scientific evidence shows that a changing climate is going to make them more intense.
Well, we know of no specific scientific evidence that California's current drought is an offshoot of global warming. But there is evidence the world is getting hotter. 2013 was the 7th warmest year since 1880. However, the rate of warming is slowing down, according to the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Now, that slowdown was not predicted by the scientists. Talking Points has maintained that no one knows for certain what causes climate fluctuations. But every human being who cares about the Earth should want it to be cleaner. Therefore, we should all of us, work together to make that happen, whether you believe in global warming or not. That is the sane, S-A-N-E, sane position. Unfortunately, countries like China and India don't care. They're polluting the planet at a record rate to make money, and President Obama can't stop that. So if the USA punishes its own people, like holding up the Keystone Pipeline, which would provide jobs, being foolish. By the way, studies say that Keystone will not be a pollutant. The Obama administration well understands that it can gain a favorable response from the left, primarily, by pushing the climate change agenda. And so it does. And will up the ante to obscure other problems, like the economy and Obamacare, which it's not fixing. That is called politics. And that is called the memo.
So, you have Bill. So that's what Bill O'Reilly said, and that was back on February 19th, back a few days ago. So, for the most part, I agree with what Bill O'Reilly had to say about the climate and about global warming and all of that. That it's particularly a liberal cause, and that that basically there's no indication or no evidence that what's going on out west is a result of global warming, nor what's happening in the east, and all this other stuff that is really ridiculous. Okay, so you have that, and basically I agree with most of what Bill O'Reilly said. But what do you think it was that I didn't agree with? Well, there's a couple things. Two things. One, that this was last year was the 7th warmest year on record according to NASA since 1880. Also, that we need to find cleaner energy. Those two things I have serious problems with. Okay. First of all, looking back on the 7th warmest year since 1880. Alright? I have a problem with that for one sole reason. First of all, or actually for two reasons. First of all, who was it that put out this information? NASA. Now, remember, you're hearing Obama. You're hearing John Kerry. You heard Obama and John Kerry. John Kerry in Indonesia claiming that global warming, because in Indonesia recently a volcano erupted. What John Kerry was there for was for the sole purpose that global warming caused that volcano. Excuse me. So, here's what John Kerry is essentially saying. That the warm air is now, it not only goes up into the atmosphere, but it also goes down underground. It goes underground, and then what happens is that this warm air somehow pushes up on the lava and makes the volcano erupt. That's the explanation, basically. Because if you believe that global warming is causing volcanoes to erupt, then that would be the explanation. Because volcanoes erupt because lava pushes up from the surface. Plain and simple. It's the lava. So, that's what John Kerry is basically saying. And now he's calling this the world's most fierce weapon of mass destruction. For those of you who don't know, John Kerry is the Secretary of State. He took over Hillary Clinton's position. And now he also is or was a senator for Massachusetts. And not only that, he was also he also ran for president in 2004 against Bush, which he lost. But anyway, that is basically who John Kerry is. So of course he was a senator for my state. So anyway, so you have what John Kerry said about global warming, and then you heard what Obama had to say. And then you figure out that NASA says that since 1880, this last year was the warmest year on record. Now, I have a problem with that, because isn't NASA the national the National Air and Space the National Air and Space Administration? It's a part of the government, right? So, guess who runs or who looks over NASA? Mr. President Barack Obama. So obviously, NASA would have evidence that global warming is happening. Obviously, any government resource is going to show that there's warming. It's fact. I also have another problem with this. Okay, I have another problem, actually 2 more problems with this. First of all, seventh warmest year. That means that there were 6 other years warmer than 2013. What does that mean? That means it wasn't the warmest year on record. It's just that simple, folks. Just that simple. And then Al Gore says, since the 20th century, we've had over the past 356 consecutive weeks, it has been the warmest 356 weeks since the 20th century. So since the 20th century, I have a problem with that. That means in the 20th century, there was a warmer period. There was a warmer period of 356 weeks or more that was warmer. Folks, they're trying to prove to us that it's the warmest, right? But then they say, oh, it was the 7th warmest or the 100th warmest or whatever. Okay? But they fail to say that there was a winter or a summer or a year warmer or colder or snowier or whatever than that. Not only that, and this is the second problem I have. Since 1880, I have a problem with that. The reason why I have a problem with that is, how many years has the Earth been around? How about millions? So, it's the warmest since 1880. How can we prove that what was experienced back in 1880 was normal? Do we know what was back in 1880? It was that normal. Do we know what was happening in the 1920s? Is that normal? Is what was happening in the 1970s or 90s normal? Is what's happening now, is that normal? Nobody can answer that question because we don't know what's normal. Oh, well, we've had records. Yeah, but they only go back 100 years or 200 years or 150 to 1880. But there was thousands of years, millions of years before that. Millions. No one can tell me that what we are having now is the most abnormal. If you can't tell me what is normal, you cannot tell me what we're experiencing right now is abnormal. And if you can't do that, then don't be going around saying that, this is the most abnormal, the worst warming that we've ever experienced. And you can't even prove what is normal because there's not enough information. The records don't go back that far. You're only looking at 200 years. That is a smidgen of how long this earth has been around. A smidgen. And let me also ask this. Has the Earth been consistent over the course of the past million years? No! It is constantly changing. And that is my point. It constantly is changing. Therefore, and we can't prove that this change is worse than other ones. They say, oh yeah, it is. I mean, there's scientists that are proving that it's worse than previous changes. And what are they going by? What are they going by? What information? They're going by the records that go back maybe to the 1500s. Maybe. But definitely before that, there was no thermometers. Therefore, if there wasn't a thermometer, we couldn't record the weather. Therefore, there are thousands and still millions of years unaccounted for. Therefore, we cannot prove what has, let's just say, even what happened between the 1500s and now is abnormal. We can't prove it. We can't. Even 500 years is still a minor scratch on the Earth's history. A minor scratch. Because there were people around in the BCs. And like I said, weather information doesn't go back that far. So I get so tired of these people saying, climate change. Enough with it, honestly. All it is bogus. All it is a way to try to control people. So, you have that notion. You got them now on that front. Because you now can't prove what is normal and what isn't. Therefore, they can't prove it. You got them on that front. Now, let's say you were to go into and believe this notion of global warming. What's their way of fixing it? Oh, well, we need fluorescent light bulbs, we need a green car, green energy, controls on how much energy we should use. Controls on fossil fuels. So, those are the solutions. Yeah. Also, taxes. Taxes on fossil fuels. So those are your solutions, right? Oh, and maybe carbon credits and carbon taxes. So those are your solutions. So, folks, this is what I'm trying to prove. They want to tell us what types of light bulbs to use, what types of cars to drive, what types of fuel to use, how much fuel we can use, how much energy we can use. And like I said, what types of energy we can use. And if we don't use the energy that they want us to use, you're going to be taxed more. And they are going to tax you on how much you drive. Either that, or if you own a business or an industry, you're going to be taxed more if you pollute more. On the sole notion that pollution is causing global warming. And these dirty industries need to be taxed. They need to pay for what they're doing. Folks, it is ridiculous. It's a way to control us. They want to tell us what types of of energy to use. That is what green energy is all about. And then you have these green cars. They are so small. You have these people who are tall and they're so tall, they're scrunching down into these little things. They're scrunching and they are tight in there. And they're doing this because they're protecting the country or protecting the world, but they're uncomfortable. If you just lean up against these cars, they'll tip over. Honestly. And it's all on the notion that you're protecting the environment. So we have the stupid notion that our Earth is warming. Okay? That's the notion we have. Notion number one. Notion number two is that you are polluting the earth and you're the ones making it warmer. And then you have the doubly ridiculous notion that you can protect it and save it. That we have control over the climate. That is what these people are saying. As a society, we control our climate. And we can stop what happens. We can stop hurricanes. We can stop tornadoes. We can stop winter storms if we just control what types of energy we use. If we control how much we pollute. If we control what types of trash we get rid of. If we control everything. We need to control industry in order to protect the environment. That is what environmentalism is all about. Prove to me otherwise. Prove to me otherwise. There is no way to prove to me otherwise, because that is what it is. And why is that so? Now people will be like, oh, what's so wrong with that? What's so wrong with it? There's a serious problem with that. The serious problem I have with that is that this is a way of controlling us. Why should we be told what types of energy to use? Oh, because you're destroying the earth. They can't prove to us. Oh, there's tons of scientists. And you look at the scientists who agree with them. Who are these scientists? Who? They're professors. Nonetheless, they're scientists, but they're professors at these big universities. Or they're part of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is a part of the UN. Either that, or they're these environmentalists. But for the most part, the scientists are part of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change from the UN, and also these prestigious professors at these prestigious universities. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Penn State. All of these prestigious universities. UCLA, University of Southern California. Okay, you have all of these ridiculous colleges. Okay, these prestigious colleges with these prestigious professors, and they write these very long reports on why climate change is real. Now, why are they doing this? Why are they, if this is a hoax, then why are they writing these big reports if it was a hoax? You know why they are? They are being paid by not only Al Gore and his posse, not only by the Democrat Party, but they are also being paid by the UN to support their claim. Now you're saying, oh, that's so ridiculous. That's just impossible. That's just a ridiculous claim. Why would somebody believe in a hoax? Why would somebody believe in a hoax? Why would they make up all this information and data? Why would they want people to believe this information and data? Why? Control. Okay? Control. Now, not only that, why would they do this if it was a hoax? Money! If I were to give you money to scientifically write something, like let's say I was going to give you $1 million or more for writing a scientific paper on how global warming is real and making up all of these chats and all of these pieces of data, would you do it? Oh, I bet you would. To get paid over $1 million and become very well known and very, very rich. I bet you would do it. Well, at least liberals would do it. And they would never know, because it's going to be taught in all our schools. It's going to be implemented into our media, and it's going to be known as a fact. It's going to be known as a fact now. So therefore, you won't get brought down, you won't get fired or anything like this. You're gonna be okay. You'll be fine. And therefore, when we are teaching our students, they go on and they believe this, and then they teach it to other people, and it's a continual chain. And the people who originally started it, there's no problem with them, because either they're too old or they pass away. Honestly. Keystone Pipeline. You heard O'Reilly talk about that. What is the Keystone Pipeline? It is basically a natural gas pipeline that runs from Canada down to Louisiana. They want to work on this so that we can be independent for oil. Yesterday, this environmentalist went on to O'Reilly. I'm not going to play the soundbite of it, but there was this, because he's been in California this week in L.A., O'Reilly, and this actress, she's also an environmentalist wacko, and she was like, oh, this Keystone Pipeline, it's not going to make us dependent. It's going to make our earth so dirty and all of this other BS. And there's not going to be a bunch of jobs created. All of this other stuff, okay? But basically, it will. It has been proven that 44,000 jobs will be created by the Keystone Pipeline. We will become independent. We won't have to rely on nations across overseas for our gas or for our oil. And of course, we have plenty of oil in Pennsylvania. Okay, we have plenty of oil in other areas of the country that we can be dependent on by fracking, and you have these crazy environmentalist wackos saying, no, we can't frack. Makes our environment destructing, and it makes everything messy, and that's basically what their view is on fracking. Fracking is basically It's by a hydraulic system, and basically it injects this fluid into the cracks of the rocks and basically has the rocks open and release the oil or the natural gas. And this is underground. This is not on top of the ground. People, and then they're like, oh, so what happens with the oil? Well, it's underground. Oh, but it still is destructive. It still goes into the oceans and all this other stuff. It's just, no matter what you say, they're still gonna hate you. They're still gonna think that it's gonna be destructive and all this other BS. When in essence, it is the cheapest form of energy, fossil fuels. And not only that, okay, their solution to this is building solar energy, doing wind energy, or water energy. But how do we rely on this? How are we to make this come about? Well, we need to make the solar panels, we need to make the wind turbines, we need to make the system to move the water, to change it into energy. We need to make these machines. And how much is this going to cost? How about millions upon millions of dollars that we don't have? We don't have millions of dollars to spend. We're $17 trillion in debt. We can't afford to spend millions upon millions, if not billions of dollars for cleaner energy. Which really, it's not even guaranteed to work. Oh, it's been guaranteed to work. What do you mean? Doesn't always work. You don't always have the sun out. You don't always have the wind blowing around. Oh, but there's always water. Yeah, but what happens if the machine malfunctions? You're screwed. Oh, but you can have problems with electricity and all this other BS. Folks, here's what I'm trying to say. Okay, the point of this is that fossil fuels are not bad. They are not bad. They are the cheapest form of energy. But our government is trying to make it more expensive because they are trying to control us and trying to force us into ways of other ways of transportation, and ultimately trying to restrict us on how far we can go or where we can go. That is the goal. So that is the issue on climate change. So we have socialism and capitalism. What is socialism? What is capitalism? Because there's a lot of confusion about that. It's very unfortunate because, we have this wonderful country that was built on the basis of capitalism. And the reason why it was built on the basis of capitalism is because these people knew who tyrants were. These people knew what authoritative governments were like. And they didn't want that. That's what they had under the king. Under King George. We didn't want that. We wanted to be independent from Britain. We wanted to be independent. So, we built the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, and we separated. People actually think life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is in the Constitution. Do you honestly believe that? That's in the Declaration of Independence. I don't know. Some of these people, and the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, the freedom of religion, they're all the same amendment. They're all the same amendment. Okay, they're all the same amendment. The first 10 amendments is the freedom of, or is the Bill of Rights. It's just, I don't know. It just really gets to me. We're not being taught properly. Anyway, what is socialism? What is capitalism? I'm going to describe this to you in a very simple way. In socialism, they look at the rich and they look at the poor. And they see it's unfair that the poor are the poor and the rich are the rich. So therefore, we need to equalize things. That's the big thing about socialism. Equalization. Equalization. So therefore, we're going to forcefully take from the rich their money by increasing their taxes to astronomical amounts. And we're going to give that to the poor. But the problem with that is that usually the poor doesn't even get it. They are dependent on the government, basically. And the people who are independent from the government, they're being punished. That's socialism. What's capitalism? Well, capitalism, it understands that you have the rich and you have the poor. But what it does is it gives you all of the necessary tools, all of the necessary opportunities to become rich, to become that successful person. Socialism, they believe that everything is determined, predetermined. They believe that everything is set out for you, and that you can't change that. You don't have personal responsibility. You don't have say. You don't have say in how you play your own life. And if you do something wrong, that's not your fault. That's not your fault. You shouldn't be held accountable. We can't praise the people who are successful and look up to them as role models. Because if we do, that's being unfair. That's being unfair. Okay? That is the difference. And with socialism, what ends up happening is because you have this trying to equal things out. Basically, everyone is forced down into the lower levels. Unless you suck up. What do I mean, suck up? If you praise the leaders who are in power, then you are going to be you're going to be rich. You're going to be guaranteed. However, if you look at if you despise of the way that things are going, if you despise of how things are being ran, you could be killed, imprisoned, or taxed. That is how socialism is ran. That's how socialism goes. Because, folks, in socialism, there is no equality. And the problem with socialism is that it is the first step. And a lot of people are like, oh, socialism is great. I'm a social person. I want socialization. That is not the situation. And, all of these social things, okay, social, I have always been against it. Not because I don't want to interact with people. There's a difference between social and interaction. Social is almost the forcement of interacting with people. That if you don't interact and if you're not social, you're a bad person. You're going to have bad consequences. Interaction is necessary for life. You need to make bonds with people. But this social thing, I just have never been an advocate of it. Honestly, if you want to know my personal belief, socialization, social bonds, sociology, socialism, all these social words, I don't agree with them. Not to say I don't agree that we should have friends. Not to say that I don't agree that we should make interactions between people. Not to say that we need to have people we love. But to call it something, to generalize it in such a big way, to make it sound as if it's the most necessary thing in our lives, I just don't believe that is the case. What socialism does is it forces people into these small groups. And this is why I don't like, quote, socialization. If you're not a social person. Because ultimately it's all connected. Socialism, sociology, socialization, social interaction. There's a difference between social interaction and interaction. Or social, being a quote-unquote social person. It's all connected. It's all connected. It's basically saying that you need to be in groups. You need to interact with people. You need to be with a bunch of different people. Okay, that's what socialization is. Socialism is basically keeping everything equal, equalizing the rich from the poor, and putting them on the same level. Now let's look at what socialization is. You need to interact with a bunch of people to be a good person, to be basically successful in life. So we need to interact with a bunch of different people and be around a bunch of different people in order to be successful. So, being around people is what is going to determine whether or not you're going to be successful. Being around a bunch of people. Being a part of a group. Okay? Being a part of a group. If you're not a part of a group, if you're an outcast, then you're not going to be good. And you're going to have problems. Mentally, you're going to have problems physically. That's what sociology does. And it groups people into small groups. It groups people. Instead of looking at the individual person. The individual person and their greatness. It puts everybody on the same level. Puts everybody on the same level and says, we're all the same. There's no difference. There's no difference between one black person and the other black person. There's no difference between one white person and one and the other white person. There's no difference between one man and the next man and one woman and the next woman. There's no difference. And what socialization does is it encourages this. One of the words I hate the most is multiculturalism or diversity. Every single college, particularly in the Northeast and in California, they talk about diversity. What is diversity? What is multiculturalism? It's basically saying that one culture isn't better than the others. Okay? Now, if you were to go to, let's say, China, or if you were to go to Cuba, or Venezuela, or let's say Russia, what would you be taught? You would be taught that the culture that you are in, or the country that you are born in and that you have grown up in, is the best country. And they will teach that to you and prove that to you. But what is the United States doing? The culture of Russia, the culture of China, all these other different cultures, they're great. Just as good as America. So again, it's putting everybody on the same playing field. It's equalizing everybody. And not saying that we are all individuals. First of all, America is the greatest country in the world. And I know that sounds horribly egotistical. Okay? But honestly, there is no other country in the world like the United States. Honestly. There is no other country. All other countries try to be like the United States, but they never actually are. Because they don't actually do every single step that we did. There's no other country like us. They don't actually have the full constitution. They don't have the foundation that we do. But folks, okay, why should we have to put ourselves on the same level as every single other on the same level as every other single country? Why? My other question is why are we not teaching our children to love our country, love our history, love who we are as a country? Why aren't we teaching that? Oh, it was unfair. We got here unfairly. That's the reason why. And we need to, again, equalize everything. You notice what I'm saying here? Are you noticing what are you just noticing the problem? Are you seeing what's going on around us? So you have this multiculturalism, you have this socialization that if you aren't social, you're this person who's not good. Okay? And if you don't go, we'll talk, actually no, I was going to mention something, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. When we get to the education system. But honestly, folks, do you see the problem with socialism? Do you see the problem with socialism? And everybody what I want you to do is go on again up top, search MRC TV, and search socialism versus capitalism. They ask a bunch of people, and I believe this is in North Carolina, about what do you like better, socialism or capitalism? Every single person, except one person, said socialism sounds great. There was one person who actually was smart enough to realize, no, socialism is horrible. They tried to do that in Russia back in the between the 1800s and 1991. That is what was called the Soviet Union. And it's still in place in China. It's still in place in Venezuela. That's why there's so many uprisings there. Now, granted, Russia now is socialist, which again, it's a lower form of communism. Remember, folks, there's no fundamental difference between socialism and communism. One is just more stronger than the other. Okay, one is just stronger than the other. Communism is more stronger than socialism. Okay. So, but again, you have Putin, and we'll be talking about Putin a little bit later on, because again, when we get into what's going on with Ukraine, because there is some serious stuff going on, okay, with that. But in a nutshell, basically what's going on is the Soviet Union is trying to reorganize. He's trying to reorganize the Soviet Union. And there's bunches of other countries that are socialist. Canada is more liberal and is more socialist than the United States. And did you know that the UK actually doesn't have a constitution? They don't have a First Amendment. They don't have a freedom of the press. They don't have a freedom of religion. They don't have a freedom of... It's maybe in practice, but it's actually not written. It's actually not written anywhere. Over the course of the next several months, throughout as I do this show, I'm hoping that this becomes a little bit more clear, this socialism versus capitalism, because it's very important. Okay? It's extremely important, because you just have to look at history, and it proves how bad socialism is. Vladimir Lenin. Okay? Not Putin. He probably believes this. Wouldn't be surprised. But Vladimir Lenin, he was the founder of the Soviet Union back in the 1800s, late 1800s. He said that the goal of socialism is communism. That is the goal of socialism. And this is the problem with our society today. This is the problem that our young people are facing, is they are not being taught the truth about socialism. In one breath, they're being taught that you need equality, and that there is income inequality and social inequality and all of this. But in the next breath, they're talking about how bad Russia is. Or was. There's no difference between wanting this economic and social inequality, or equality, and social justice. There's no difference between that and what happened in Russia. No difference. There's no difference between what happened with that in China, with Mao Zedong. No difference between what happened with that and what happened in Cuba. No difference. No difference at all. Instead, what's going on now is you have these people who are trying to cap it off. They're calling themselves progressives. They're even trying to get away from the name liberals. But folks, now, the question is are all liberals, are they socialists? Yes and no. The reason why they are is because they are pushing forth the policies and agenda that the leaders want, that these socialist politicians want. However, in the same breath, they don't really want it because they know what it's like. However, it's told that if you push forward with these agendas and these policies, that it will create a better world. So a better world is what they run on. So because they run on that, they are actually putting forth the agendas that brought down so many countries. Really. So, ultimately, it's a double-edged sword. Okay? Ultimately, Vladimir Lenin basically called the people of the society who push forward this agenda puppets. They're basically puppets. Or they're arrogant people. Okay? They just feel that it's what's best for our society because what they hear from everybody else, what they hear from what's being taught, what they hear from their teacher, what they hear in the media. Okay, that's what they're being, and because of that, it's being pushed forward. Okay? And it's, again, these people are not necessarily socialists or communists on purpose, but they just are, because they are pushing forward the agendas and the policies that are going to make us socialist. Now, the question really then becomes, how do you know? How do you know if you're dealing with somebody who is a puppet, or a liberal puppet, and an actual liberal? Like I said, there's not really a lot of difference because they're both trying to push forward an agenda. They're trying to push forward policies, okay, that will make us socialist. Okay? But at the same time, why is this happening? There's an answer to this. The reason why it's happening is because if you look at the political spectrum, you have 0% government all the way to the right, and 100% government all the way to the left. And then you have the political center. which is in between 0% government and 100% government. Originally, the Democrat Party was a little bit to the left of the political center, and the Republican Party was a little bit to the right. However, through our education system, through media, through the progression of activists in our country, what has actually happened was the Republican Party has shifted to where the Democrats used to be. And where the Republicans used to be is where the Tea Party members are, where the right-wing conservatives are, where Rush Limbaugh is. They're considered quote-unquote radicals. And then all the way to the left, next to, because with the 100% government, there's 3 stages of it. You have socialism, communism, and then Nazism. Okay, those are 3. Democrat Party is right before socialism. That's where the Democrat Party is. It has moved all the way to the left. As far left as you can even imagine. So that's what is the problem. And if you notice, there is so much more tolerance for your radicals on the left, i.e. the Occupy Wall Street crowd, i.e. who else is it? You have the Occupy Wall Street movement. You have the environmentalism movements. Okay? These are so much more tolerable than the radicals, or quote-unquote the people all the way to the right. They are demonized. But the people all the way to the left aren't. These activists, these Occupy Wall Street this Occupy Wall Street crowd, they are not considered terrible people. Who's considered terrible people? Sarah Palin, Rush Limbaugh, Fox News, the Tea Party. Those are the people who are considered terrible, who are considered bad for our society. But not the Occupy Wall Street crowd. Oh no. Not the environmentalists. They're not considered bad people, bad for our society. When in essence, it is actually the people on the right who are doing what's best for our society. Why? Because they are looking at our Constitution and looking at what's going on from day to day and noticing that this is total tyranny. We are going through what our founding fathers didn't want us to go through. And that, my friends, is the difference between socialism and capitalism. I'm going to quote my role model, Rush Limbaugh. In socialism, actually, let me reverse it. In capitalism, the rich become powerful. And in socialism, the powerful are rich. I'm going to say that again because sometimes it doesn't make sense. In capitalism, the rich become powerful. In socialism, the powerful are rich. Keep that in mind. That's a very important concept to understand. Very, very important. And with that being said, we are now going to move on to Obamacare. What is Obamacare? It is what's called universal health care. Health care for everyone. What's the problem with health care for everyone? Because supposedly there's no problem with this. Supposedly it's supposed to be the best thing for us. There's a problem. It should not be in the government's authority to give us health care. It's just that plain and simple. I don't have any better way to describe it. The government shouldn't be telling us how we should be cured. Government shouldn't be telling us what medicine we should get. This should not be determined by the government, but it is under Obamacare. According to Obamacare, we were supposed to keep our doctors, we were supposed to keep our health insurance plans, but we're not. It's actually making us lose jobs. That's just plain and simple. It is proven in all authoritarian governments. The first step is to implement universal health care. Well, guess what? It's pretty much being implemented. Although there's, these restrictions where you can wait until it's not being totally implemented until 2016, it's still implemented. It's still implemented. People are still losing their jobs because of it. Either that or people are working under 30 hours a week in order to not have the health care. Because these corporations, these bosses, they just don't have the money. They don't have the money to provide health care for people. It's ridiculous the amounts that this is costing. And the people who do have health care, it's increasing astronomically. And according to the Democrats, it's good. It's good. I don't see anything good in this. There is absolutely nothing good about this. Nothing. Michelle Obama was on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and she called the millennials knuckleheads. Okay, and basically she was doing this while she was talking about signing up for Obamacare. Now, not to say that we as teenagers are ridiculous and that we do stupid things. I know, because I was a teenager. And I am a teenager still, but by May I won't be, finally. But I know that. However, the way that she explained this was that all millennials should sign up for Obamacare and stay under their parents' health insurance plans, because guess what? Because all kids are knuckleheads and they don't know how to make decisions for themselves and all of this other stuff. Okay? Like I said, teenagers make mistakes and are stupid because they are trying to figure themselves out. That's just a fact of life. However, folks, to say that if you don't sign up for Obamacare and that you're trying to be on your own, that you're a knucklehead. That is something else. That's another problem. I can't. This Obamacare BS, it is failing so badly. I mean, you have the healthcare.gov website. They don't even know how many people are signing up for this. They're saying, oh, there's maybe 3 million people who sign. They don't know. They don't know. This is an absolute failure. An absolute failure. Oh, Biden, recently Vice President Joe Biden, which he's a knucklehead, more than a teenager who's going through puberty. He recently mentioned how how we are not going to hit the 7 million that was originally planned for the people to sign up. I think it was sometime this year. By maybe like March or April. And he says, "Oh, we'll get 5 to 6 million probably." They don't even know. And he just said that Biden said himself that this is not working. But it's still good. Still good for our country. Folks, it's just ridiculous. This is control. This is control. This is how we're going to be basically told what doctors to have and what doctors not to have. We're going to be told what type of medicine we will have and what type of medicine we will not have. They are going to have a panel to decide whether or not you can have cancer, your cancer doctor or cancer treatment. There is going to be a panel. Why should the government be telling us whether or not we can have cancer treatment? Why should the government be telling us whether or not we should be, what types of medicines we should be having or not? That should be between the family, and specifically the person and the doctor. That shouldn't be the government. There was a lady who was asking Obama, I think it was back in 2012 or 2008, I forget, if under Obamacare, she would be able, her 100-year-old mother would be able to have a, I forget what it is, it's a heart implant, I think it is, or one of those little things that go inside your heart to keep it pulsating, your heart pulsating correctly. The type of thing it is at the tip of my tongue. The name of it is at the tip of my tongue, but I just forgot. But anyway, Obama said that that's not going to be her will to live is not going to be a factor. That's not going to be a factor. So basically, what he's saying is that the government is going to determine whether or not she's going to live with this, like I said, this implant or not. Why should the government be telling her whether or not she can get the implant? Honestly. I can't understand. And supposedly this is okay. This is okay to do. And Obama is praised for it. Because we all need health care. So, by the way, folks, though, we did have the best healthcare system in the world. And now, that is basically being brought down. I'm gonna keep the IRS scandal for next. I want to talk a little bit about the Benghazi scandal. The Benghazi scandal, because again, the reason why I'm mentioning about these very broad topics is because a lot of people just don't understand. They don't understand what they are. Benghazi was a issue back on September 11th, 2012. Now, don't think that there is no coincidence that it happened on September 11th. Don't think that there wasn't. What happened was there was militia, okay, that came in and basically shot 4 American citizens at the embassy in Benghazi, Libya. Okay, and they were shot and killed. Now, the debate is, was these people who were basically, who shot these 4 American citizens, was this group a terrorist group? Was it a part of Al-Qaeda, or was it just protesters on the streets? Now, according to the Obama regime, it is not anything to worry about. It was just protesters. And apparently there's been many of studies. He mentioned this Super Bowl Sunday. There's been many of prosecutions, or not prosecutions, many of hearings on this. And that there's no problem. That this wasn't associated with Al-Qaeda. However, there have been many of studies done. There have been people who have came out and said that the government knew about this, that this was a terrorist group, particularly Al-Qaeda, who did this. And we are not holding anybody responsible. No one responsible. There have been no prosecutions. And that's the situation with Benghazi. And guess who was our Secretary of State at the time? Miss Hillary Clinton. She left in 2012, coincidentally, after this happened. Okay? And then what ended up happening was Hillary was questioned about this, and she said, "What difference does it make?" Folks, what difference does it make? 4 Americans dying? Honestly, these people are so ridiculous. They're not doing anything to bring justice to the people who died on American soil. Why is it American soil? Because it was our embassy. We are not holding any prosecutions or any people accountable for this. They just went off. They were able to kill 4 Americans. And we're doing nothing. So that is what the Benghazi scandal is all about. Okay? And there have been continual questions about this. I saw something on FoxNews.com. It was asking about this. Basically, there's been a bunch of people that have came out and said that there was information, particularly from the CIA, that knew that this was a terrorist group, and that possibly it was even known weeks before. So that's what that's all about, okay? Just to get the record straight. The reason why I wanted to say that is because, again, there's a lot of confusion. And like I said, there's people who are unsure of their political standing on things who are listening to this. And, you know, they really, really need to know what the situation is. Okay? And what's going on. Now, this next, the IRS scandal, this really hits to me because this is 100% proof that this is oppression. When I say oppression, this is trying to get people to not have opposition against Obama and his regime. The IRS scandal was the targeting of conservative groups, and particularly the Tea Party. And the IRS basically increased their they had to pay higher taxes, basically. And again, the people who were targeted were conservative groups, okay? People in Hollywood who are conservatives. There were hundreds of people who were targeted with this, okay? And according to Obama, you know, the people who did this were held accountable. No, they weren't. There was nobody fired. There was nobody fired. And according to Obama, all there was with this situation was boneheaded decisions, but there was no corruption. No corruption at all with this IRS scandal. Not even a smidgen of corruption, he said. Not even a smidgen of corruption. Folks, if this isn't proof that this president is trying to... Actually, I want you to hear something. This regime is trying to institutionalize the discrimination of conservative groups through the IRS. Institutionalize. What does that mean? Basically make it law, or basically make it okay to target conservative groups. Why? Because this president doesn't like opposition. Why? Because he's socialist. Go back to the State of the Union speech. Tell me how many times he said social, income, economic, or gender inequality. Tell me how many times he said the word inequality. He's raising the minimum wage because of this, which again is not a solution. I'm going to keep the minimum wage issue until the next show. But he's raising the minimum wage because of this inequality. Okay? So, folks, it's clear. It is 100% clear that there is corruption. It's not just boneheaded decisions. This is serious problems. This is serious problems originating with our leader. And let me tell you something. With these next few stories I have for you guys, I think it's going to become really clear that our country is really, really, really falling apart. And when I say falling apart, I mean that we are heading to, if we aren't headed towards it, we are in socialism. We are a socialist country. I'm going to try to prove that to you, and I have a few stories to prove to you otherwise. So, let us examine some current stories of today. I don't know if any of you have heard about this, but the FCC is looking to control the media. Okay. Now, apparently, and I'm going to be playing a soundbite for you from the On the Record with Greta Van Susteren on Fox News. Apparently, things are backing off, and that the FCC suspended this. But let me tell you something, folks. This isn't suspended. This isn't suspended. This is not being held back. This is not going to be shut down. Because, folks, this is the Democrat Party at full force. There were many a times we heard that Obamacare was shut down. But was it actually implemented? And it's still being changed as we speak. That's it. Let me go back to Obamacare for a second. Okay? Obama came up with this idea. Congress approved it. Now, Obama, not even with an executive order, he said one day, last week or the week before, I forget, that it won't be until 2016 that businesses have to implement this. Which, like I said, is implement the full effects of Obamacare. So basically, he changed the law of the land. It doesn't matter how much I disagree or agree with Obamacare. It was law. He didn't go around Congress. He didn't even sign an executive order. He just went up in front of the country and said that it is going to be held back until 2016. Folks, that is unconstitutional. You can't just go up in front of a microphone and say one day that you're going to change it. And that's what he did. So basically, he's changing the law without any approval. No judiciary approval, no legislative approval, just doing it. And what's happening? Congress can't do anything. They're in awe. There's nothing that they can do. And you know what else they're saying about this Obamacare? That it's freeing people or letting people escape from the perils of jobs. What does that mean? They're allowed to stay at home with their kids. They're allowed to stay at home with their kids and tuck them into bed at night. So basically, you have these Democrats who are basically claiming that this is going to free you from the perils of working. Okay, I have a soundbite. Okay, this is from Meet the Press, NBC, which again is the most liberal network in the country. But I want you to hear this. This is from Chuck U. Schumer, the senator from New York. I want you to hear this. Basically, David Gregory, the host, he asks Chuck Schumer, is this, it shows an ad of, basically from a conservative viewpoint, on Obamacare and the lies that are accompanied by it. And basically, David Gregory is, are you going to basically go back on the defensive on Obamacare? And this is what Chuck U. Schumer had to say.
I don't think so. Bottom line is very simple. What CBO said is that many American workers would have freedom. Now, that's a good word, freedom to do things that they couldn't do. The single mom who's raising 3 kids has to keep a job because of health care, can now spend some time raising those kids. That's a family value. The student, 27 years old, wants to finish school quickly so he can get a great job. Can't because he needs health care, is now free. And you know, David, when we passed the 40-hour work week 100 years ago, it reduced hours, but it certainly was regarded as a step forward. And I'd say 2 other things here. Number one, CBO used 2017 full employment as the baseline. Many people, when the folks like the single mom and the student and the small businessman who wants to now start a small business and can, when those people leave their jobs in 2015, 16, 14, 15, 16, others are going to take those jobs. And finally, in 2017, if there's full employment and there's no one to take those jobs, it'll raise wages, one of our big problems. So this is a net plus, and I'd say one final thing.
Well, all right, let me just get a response from Senator Portman here. Let's get a response. I mean,
so there you go. Chuck U. Schumer. This is going to be a net plus. It's going to be great. It's going to allow people to be liberated. We're going to free them. Gonna free them from their jobs. They don't need to worry about working anymore for health care. Are you hearing this? This is going to liberate people. Make them free. Nancy Pelosi said the same exact thing. Same exact thing. This is gonna free people from working. From where I come from, I thought working is important. Working is what makes you successful. I didn't know that being liberated and staying home and being dependent on government was the thing to do. I wasn't taught that dependency is the greatest thing. I was taught that independence is the greatest thing. Now, this is from Fox News, this next soundbite. Basically what this shows is the Democrat, there is from the Democrat committee, and a mother, a woman from, I believe it's Michigan, who basically lost her insurance, and it's her premiums have increased, and that this is not what she imagined. Here is the soundbite, and this will definitely open your eyes and make you prove that what Chuck U. Schumer said about Obamacare is total BS, and that this is going to be a net plus. It's not going to be a net plus. There's no plus in Obamacare. All it is negative. Negatives. It's control. Yet again, just like climate change, just like the IRS scandal, and just like Benghazi. Well, not Benghazi, but even still, it's corruption Benghazi. So here is Megyn Kelly from the Kelly File back a couple days ago on Fox News.
And now the story of a powerful new political ad being challenged by the fact checkers. It tells the story of a Michigan mother fighting leukemia. She lost the health insurance she liked because of Obamacare. And now she says the new plan is unaffordable.
And I received the letter. My insurance was canceled because of Obamacare. Now the out-of-pocket costs are so high, it's unaffordable. If I do not receive my medication, I will die. I believed the president. I believed I could keep my health insurance plan. I feel lied to. It's heartbreaking for me.
The woman you just saw, Julie Boonstra, is with us tonight, and we will speak with Julie in a moment. We want to start, though, with Robert Zimmerman. He's a veteran Democratic strategist, a member of the Democratic National Committee, and we reached out to the target of that ad in Michigan. Neither he nor anybody from his office would come on, so we appreciate you, Robert, for coming on.
Good to be with you.
To offer your thoughts on it. So now the Washington Post fact checker has come out and given this ad two Pinocchios, suggesting that it's somewhat misleading. They don't say it's outright false, but they say it's somewhat misleading because they think that Julie's costs will wind up being about the same. My question to you is the ad, I'm going to talk to Julie about that in a minute, but for you, is that ad effective?
No, absolutely not. Now, by the way, all of us can relate to Mrs. Boonstra and what she's gone through. I've had members of my family face life-threatening illnesses, so we can all relate to her anguish. But this is not about her. It's about the fact the ad is an amateurish fraud. Mrs. Boonstra, to her credit, pointed out that under Obamacare, her premiums have been cut from $1,100 a month to $571 a month.
But now her out-of-pocket costs are unpredictable, which she does
actually,
not like.
under Obamacare, and this was pointed out actually by Glenn Kessler and the Washington Post when they gave this ad two Pinocchios, her out-of-pocket costs are capped at $6,350.
But they're unpredictable. But let me answer that charge, and I'm going to ask her about that. But what she says is before, under her old plan, which she was told she could keep and she liked, which didn't turn out to be true, she was paying $1,100 a month, and she liked the certainty of that. And now, even though she may be paying less per month, she can get smacked with a $3,000 bill next month that she doesn't have in the bank.
But the reality is, the most she can lay out, the most she pays out of pocket is $6,350, and it's all covered. Now, the Koch organization.
Okay, but I'm going to give you the floor.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Megan.
I'm going to give you the floor. But what she says to that is, but I didn't like that. I wanted the certainty of knowing my monthly payment. I don't want to be told, oh, just come up with the $3,000, and if you get hit with another $3,000 the next month, then it's all paid up for the year. She may not have that in the bank.
Megan, the reality is, under this plan, and the Koch organization, to their own discredit, to their own deceit, doesn't mention in the ad that she keeps the same doctor she presently has, and also she has an insurance plan under Blue Cross Blue Shield that gives her the same coverage she had previously. As far as the expenses go, the point is everything after $6,350 is totally covered, and that's the critical point.
That's the maximum out-of-pocket she can be forced to pay. That's right. Then everything is covered
100%. But here's the point, Megan, that really counts, and this is why the ad doesn't work, because the public can smell hypocrisy. Now, while the Koch organization is running an ad that is misleading and talking about Ms. Boonstra's health insurance, they're organizing campaigns around the country to block other people from getting health insurance who have conditions like Mrs. Boonstra.
Block them?
Absolutely. They're blocking expanding Medicaid coverage for citizens around the country through lobbying and advertising campaigns. That's critical. That blocks working and indigent people from getting health care.
Robert, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joining us now with more of that Michigan mother from the political ad, Julie Boonstra. Julie, thank you so much for being here. I know you're in the middle of chemotherapy, and this is probably not what you feel like doing tonight, so thanks for coming on. Let me ask you to respond to what you heard Robert saying about, hey, you have nothing to worry about because your out-of-pocket costs are now capped at about $6,300 a year.
I do have something to worry about, Megan. The $6,000 is a lot of money. It's money I don't have, that I can't just have a service, you know, have a test done and pay the doctors that $6,000. I just don't have it in the bank. To me, it's unaffordable. When I had a health care plan that I could budget for and I had a stable amount, it suited me better. I do not care for not knowing what my expenses will be month to month.
What about your claim in the ad that you feel lied to, that you know, you liked your plan and you believed the president when he said you could keep it?
I did. I did believe the president when he said I could keep it. When I received the letter stating that my plan was dissolving, it was crushing to me. I was raised to respect the president, and you may not agree with their decisions, but you still have a certain amount of respect. And receiving this letter, hearing him lie to me and to the rest of the American public has been crushing for me, and I can't honor the way that I was raised.
You know, you heard Robert and you know, the Washington Post suggest that the ad, your claims are misleading because I know you had to go on the exchange and you had a terrible time on the website, so you wound up buying a plan through a broker. But you got Blue Cross Blue Shield, you get to keep your doctor, you got an annual cap on your out-of-pocket expenses, which you didn't have before, and so they argue you're better off.
I am not better off. I found a plan based on my specialist. I credit my being here to my specialist and to my chemotherapy and to God. And it was very important to me that I keep my doctor. So I found a plan that my doctor accepted. As far as saving any money, I don't see this as saving any money. I thought Obamacare was supposed to help me. It's not helping me.
The uncertainty of knowing when the next big bill is coming, in other words, will make it certainly year one in the policy tough.
It will make it extremely tough for me. I just simply do not have that money.
Julie, God bless you. I hope you do well. You look great.
Thank you.
All the best.
So, folks, did you hear that? According to that guy, Robert Zimmerman, from the veteran Democrat from the committee or what have you, apparently it's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy, and the Americans can smell hypocrisy. How can he be the one talking about hypocrisy when his party and probably himself is a hypocrite? I find it so hilarious. So hilarious. He knows how much of a scam that this Obamacare BS is. I just find it hilarious. I really do. So isn't this IRS business, okay? They all claim, oh, you know, we're not, we don't oppress people. We're for the good. We're for the good of the people. But at the same time, these people have no problem. They have no problem with the IRS, targeting conservative groups. They're not getting outraged by it. They're not getting outraged. They're cheering it on. Go IRS! Go IRS! Target those Tea Party members. Target those conservative groups. They deserve it. They deserve it, because they're the ones holding up Obama. They need to be punished. They probably feel that they should probably be put in jail. The Tea Party members, the conservatives. That's probably what they think. So that is the situation with Obamacare. I wanted to play those two sound bites for you. But we were getting on to the FCC business with Greta, on the record with Greta Van Susteren, and how the FCC is trying to control, or apparently they were, because now supposedly everything is backing off on this, that they were going to control the media newsroom. Now, you know what's hilarious? Other than me, Rush Limbaugh, Greta, and Fox News, and maybe some blogs online, conservative blogs, nobody got outraged by this. No one whatsoever. There was no mention of this on NBC. There was no mention of this on CBS. Secretly, they were probably cheering this on, saying, yeah, let's do this. While in the meantime, this is totally going against the First Amendment. But if you think that this is going to let down folks, going to be let down, as I mentioned before, did they let down on Obamacare? No matter how many times the Republican Congress or the Republican House members, lawmakers, said no to Obamacare, they still did it. They still did it. There were tons of lawmakers, Republican lawmakers, who were saying that Obamacare was unconstitutional, but was it still implemented? Of course it was. And this is going to get implemented too. Because this is part of the Democrat agenda. So this is from the On the Record with Greta Van Susteren, and the FCC commissioner, and again, it's one of the people who are on the one of two Republicans on the commission. But trust me, this isn't gonna be thrown away. Trust me. So here is the soundbite of that from last night with Greta Van Susteren.
Fox News alert, a U.S. government program to put monitors in newsrooms derailed. Now that means President Obama and the FCC will not be recruiting a news police force, well, at least not for now. The FCC suspending its newsroom monitor program after the FCC commissioner who blew the whistle went on the record. Commissioner Ajit Pai joins us again. Commissioner, this is good news, I suspect, based on what you wrote in your op-ed.
I think it is. This is a big victory for the First Amendment. The FCC has announced that it is not going to send researchers hired by the government into newsrooms across the country, and that's a good thing, I think, for all citizens.
All right. Well, you are one of 5 bosses of the FCC. Was this idea ever even voted on by the FCC, by the commission? It
was not. No.
I mean, so who came up with this idea? Do you have any idea?
Well, that's one of the questions that I have, but unfortunately we don't have any insight into the process by which the study came about. But the good news is that going forward, the current chairman, Tom Wheeler, has announced that any study that the FCC does in any of these markets is not going to require media owners, news directors, or journalists to answer any of these kinds of intrusive questions about editorial judgment.
Well, I applaud you, but I must say that I'm a little bit taken aback by the commissioner now saying that, or the chairman, because, you know, it's not exactly, I mean, it's sort of a no-brainer. I mean, it's sort of under his command, and what he said today is, he said in the statement released by the FCC, concerns were raised that some of the questions may not have been appropriate. If that isn't the most feckless statement about this, that in terms of this butchering of the First Amendment.
Well, this is a city inhabited by lawyers, and so I think if you read between the lines, what I take out of that statement is that he's acknowledged that the study design really did come a little too close to the line when it comes to intruding on one of those core First Amendment principles.
Too close to the line or over the line?
Well, in my own view, it was over the line, and so I'm glad to take that concession as a victory. And so I'll certainly remain vigilant in the future. If there are any future initiatives that the FCC tries that would go close to the line or over the line, I'll be calling it out as well.
I'm with you that it's over the line, but I think it's way over the line. So I guess I'm a little bit, worried if there are some people at the FCC thinks this one is close to the line.
Well, the good news is that the American people have really made their voices heard, and
but only because if you hadn't written that op-ed, we wouldn't have seen it, and no voices would have been heard. I mean, so it's it's a little stunning that everybody over at the FCC that nobody sort of thought other than you that maybe something should be done about this.
Well, I certainly can't take credit for this issue. You've used your platform to raise awareness of this issue, and I've heard from hundreds of Americans across the country on email, on Twitter, who express their own concern. They come from across the ideological spectrum, and I think that's one of the good things about this dialogue is that it's illustrated that everyone, regardless of where they come from on a particular political issue, shares that bedrock understanding of what our Constitution means when it says the press shall be free.
All right, well, you're a very nice man. You see it as half full, and I see it it as half empty on this particular. And I'm scandalized that anyone at the FCC, whose job it is to, be very much aware of the First Amendment, that it wouldn't even have gotten into place. I'm curious. This was put out to a contract to do the study. Was that a bid contract? Do you know? Because somebody got paid some money.
Again, I don't have any insight into the contracting process as well as the way in which the study was designed, but that's something that others may want to look into.
Well, it's a big report, 78 pages, and somebody paid for it. But anyway, Commissioner, thank you, and once again, thank you for that op-ed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Folks, I am going to play for you a couple more sound bites here. There are two of them, okay? And they are from Greta, and, I find it hilarious that Greta, and if you actually do listen to Rush Limbaugh, they are the only two who are actually outraged. They're actually outraged by this. This is ridiculous. This is going against the First Amendment. They're taking the First Amendment of the Constitution and ripping it. Ripping it and saying, F this. We're going around it. I just find it hilarious. I find it hilarious. No one else in the media, no one else in the media is getting outraged. I'm not even in the media, and I'm getting outraged. I just find this hilarious. And let me play these two more sound bites for you, and then I'll give my own personal commentary on this.
The Obama administration for trying to install these monitors in newsrooms.
If it actually has been suspended, it's just temporary. They're going to do this. They've tipped their hand. They want to do this. They are going to do it. It's clear the regime thought they could get away with doing this time.
This program has now been curtailed, but only after the government got exposed. So just how serious is this, and is this a pattern? Joining us, our political panel, Nina Easton of Fortune Magazine, Byron York of the Washington Examiner, and Rick Klein of ABC News. Rick, first to you, is this a pattern, or is this of sort of the government overreaching, this administration, or is this just an anomaly?
I think it's easy to read a pattern if you're looking for one in a case like this. This had a lot of buzzwords that had a lot of journalists, I think, rightfully scared about the implications. And I think if you just look at it in this narrow instance, it's kind of bad enough. And I think that's why you see some backtracking here. But I think in the broader sense, it feeds a perception that's out there for some time about using agencies to exact political retribution and to potentially punish enemies and to favor people along the way. That's a problem. And that's where you see scandals like the IRS one come into play. Even if there isn't a reality there's enough sort of circumstantial, partial evidence that adds up to something bigger.
All right, Byron, this is this report, which is 78 pages, which I had the pleasure of reading today. It's called a SIN study, but that would be C-I-N, I guess, right?
Critical information
all right.
needs.
You've written about this. Who is this organization that the FCC apparently contracted with to do this study?
Well, it's a group called Social Solutions International. It's based in Silver Spring, Maryland, and it hasn't worked in communications. It hasn't worked in FCC kind of stuff. It's worked in areas like HIV/AIDS, and we're not sure why it was picked. But
well, that's bizarre.
That's bizarre, but I think we just heard something kind of extraordinary. We heard an FCC commissioner, and there's only 5 of them, say he didn't know how this thing got started. He didn't know how the project got started, and you asked, well, how did the contractors get picked? And he said, I have no idea. And did the FCC ever vote on it? No. So he was actually in the dark. And what hasn't been mentioned is that one of the things that really started this was the House Committee on Energy and Commerce actually got wind of this last fall and then got in touch with the FCC, with Commissioner Pai and others. So this is something that was done by a pretty small group inside the FCC, and even the other commissioners didn't know about it.
I was just going to say the irony of this from a media perspective is that you had conservatives. Commissioner Pai is an Obama appointee, but he was writing in the Wall Street Journal. Republicans on the Hill and Fox News made this an issue, and the agency backtracked. Where were the media outlets? Where were the liberals? Where was the whole kind of liberal media establishment in all this and jumping on this? I mean. when I first read this thing, I laughed. The CIN, it was just full of acronyms, you know, critical information needs, and we're going to determine what they are. Government bureaucrats who know nothing about the news gathering process are going to come in here and demand.
But they don't even, I mean, they're HIV and health. I mean, it isn't even that.
They're not even, it's not, it's the equivalent to me of these trainers who are helping to recruit people for Obamacare that really know nothing about the medical profession, or bureaucrats trying to re-engineer the health industry. It's a sense that government is a benign force and that government bureaucrats can know anything and can go in and set standards out of Washington, which is a frightening thought, particularly when it's applied to the media.
Well, this is, I mean, 78 pages, so this was obviously, somebody got some money for doing this, and I read this. They also had a 2-day conference on this. God knows how much that 2-day conference cost. I'm sure we paid for it. But they even, I mean, they even outlined the questions that they're going to ask the media. I mean, they're pretty, they drill right down on the media. I mean, they were targeting the media. They
wanted to know, and it reads like classic bureaucratic language and a lot of stuff that's
unintelligible.
Well, unintelligible.
You can't read it.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is, you know, very technical in terms of what they're doing, but it's sort of weirdly academic too, like just to satisfy curiosity. What do you do with this information? That's the thing. That you could ask whatever questions you want, but what gets to be scary is what do you do once you learn what's motivating news coverage?
And then there's another political angle, which is the FCC commissioner who advocated this a lot was named Mignon Clyburn. She's the daughter of James Clyburn, very powerful House Democrat, and they decided to do a pilot study for this whole program. And Mignon Clyburn had been acting chairwoman of the FCC for a while last year, and a city was selected to do the pilot study, which is Columbia, South Carolina, which is her father's district. So, I mean,
and there was some sense that this grew out of identity politics, to be honest. I mean, the focus on it is disadvantaged populations and is there bias, and, you know, that seemed like a basis of it.
Yeah, there's a lot more. Let's go off the record for just a minute. After getting caught with its pants down, a stunning development, as you know, the FCC now announcing no journalist will be required to answer their snooping questions. But in the spirit of cooperation, I'm volunteering to answer each of their 5 specific questions they intended to ask. Question number 1. What is the news philosophy of the station? My answer? None of your business. Read the Constitution. Question number 2 in this study. How much news does your station air every day? My answer? Watch and figure it out yourself. I'm not doing your work for you. Question number 3 in here. Who decides which stories are covered? My answer? None of your business. Read the Constitution. Read the Constitution is what they should have done before they even did this study. Question number 4. How much influence do you have deciding which stories to cover? Another question here. My answer? None of your business. Read the Constitution. And question number 5. Have you ever suggested coverage of what you consider a story with critical information for your customers that was rejected by management? My answer? None of your business. Read the Constitution. Okay, so those are my answers. But get this. Do you know what the FCC wanted to do with all the answers from their Dragnet investigation? The written plan, I read it myself, was to lock them all in a filing cabinet in a locked office for 7 years. Then the data would be destroyed so no one can ever fact-check the FCC report. Transparency? Actually, you know what my first thought was? Putin and the KGB. But that's my off-the-record comment tonight. If you have an important story or issue you think I should take off the record, go to GretaWired.com and tell us about it.
So, folks, okay, you have the FCC, part of the government, okay? They are part of the government, part of the Obama regime, and they have these questions. You heard what Greta said. You heard what she said. And folks, are you hearing what the FCC wants to do? Now, my question in here is and also if you listen to the previous soundbite about Obamacare, she was surprised that Obama would do this. Folks, why are people so surprised? Why? This president has done nothing but go around the Constitution. Nothing but do that. You have his first term, which was nothing but make him look great. He wanted his image to look great. Then you have his second term in office. It is his true self. And you know what's going to end up happening, folks? I don't doubt me on this either. I can almost... I just have this gut feeling. Okay, there's two possibilities that are going to happen. Obama has already mentioned. He mentioned this back in November. He did a interview with Barbara Walters on ABC. And basically, he said that he's going to stay in Washington 2 years, at least 2 years after he gets out of office. What does that mean? It means even if he goes out of office, which is not really known yet, guess what's going to end up happening? Do you want to know what ends up happening? He is going to have power. He is going to have influence in the media. So whoever goes into office, if anybody does, basically, he will be going up on MSNBC, CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS, and basically portraying himself still as president and objecting to everything that the new president is doing. And there will be outrage. And if it's a Republican president, there may be protests. That's if Obama leaves office. That's if he leaves office. Everybody's so sure that Obama's going to leave office. But how are we sure? There's some people who are like, oh, how do we know that Bush was going to leave office? This is not Bush. This is not Bush. Folks, we are dealing with a socialist. We are dealing with a pure socialist here. We are not dealing with a normal president. We are not. We are dealing with a president who has continuously gone around the Constitution. He may suspend or delay the 2016 elections. Oh, how could you know that? Folks, look at what has been going on. Open your eyes. Open them and see for yourself. The IRS scandal, that should be proof right there. And Obamacare, that should be proof right there. That, folks, he's not afraid. He is not afraid. And what is it going to take for people to be afraid? Honestly, I don't think the liberals ever will be afraid. You know why? Folks, there was a question that MRC TV asked Dan Joseph in Washington when Obama was inaugurated for his second term. He asked, what do you think about Obama going for a third term. Every single one of the people who answered, I think except for one or two said no. But other than that, every single one of them said, hey, that would be great. This only proves that we've already got the people of America on Obama's side. All that needs to happen now is he just needs to do it. And is he? Most likely. Yes, Republicans will get very outraged, but we will still not be able to be, most Republicans are not going to be able to go against him because they might be called racists. You know how I know that this is all going to end up leading to something not good, basically 2016? Do you know how I know this? Obama has come from a family history. His growing up years were all communism. He grew up around communism. He was actually brought back to Hawaii because the people who were raising him weren't communist enough. Weren't communist enough. Do you hear this? It is an outrage. And you have people like Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly still believes that we should respect Obama. That he's not trying to hurt us. Oh yeah? What about Obamacare? What about the IRS scandal? What about the FCC issue? Oh, that's not him. It's not. Isn't the FCC a part of the government? Isn't the IRS a part of the government? He really needs to open up his eyes. People really need to open up their eyes and see what is going on. Because, folks, we are really, really coming close. Really. And no one's going to oppose him when he says, oh, I'm going to delay the 2016 elections because I need to make sure that Obamacare is implemented correctly. I can hear it now. I can hear it now. I really, honestly, folks, honestly, if he does this, which, again, I'm not 100% sure that he's going to do it. Now, there's also another probability, which is also very likely. We're going to have Hillary running in 2016. Maybe not definitely, but let's just say for instance, if she does, which is a very good possibility, it will be a nightmare. It will be a living nightmare. Have you heard what she wrote her college thesis on? In 1969, Saul Alinsky. I'm reading his book, Rules for Radicals. Why am I doing this? Because I am trying to read liberal literature to get an understanding of these people. This is how you get an understanding of liberals, is by reading their literature. She wrote an essay on how good of a person Saul Alinsky was, but how she disagreed with his ideologies. So he was a respectable person. Respectable. But his ideologies were maybe a little off. How can you respect somebody that's a communist? The only answer is that she actually agrees with his ideas. There's no way that you can respect a person who is so ridiculous, who is so off his rocker, and actually not agree. You know why she didn't say she agreed? The reason why she didn't say she agreed with him is because, first of all, if she did back then, she would have been considered a communist, and she didn't want that. Back then, being considered a communist was deadly. You know what they go by the name now? Because still being considered a communist would be like, youch. That's not good. You know what they call themselves now? Progressives. There are Henry Waxman from California recently left, I think it was Congress, or excuse me, the Senate. Okay, Congress is both the Senate and the House. Okay. He left Congress recently, nevertheless. But still, there are about 60 Congress people, men and women, who are progressives. These are people who are deciding the law of the land. And progressives, do you know what they are? They are socialist communists. They are. They're just calling them progressives to be thought of differently. And actually, honestly, all Democrat politicians know that they're communists. They have very liberal agendas. They know the agenda. Folks, I can't. Folks, let me just say this. If Obama doesn't stay in office and Hillary gets in, we're doomed. We are doomed. Okay? If Obama stays in office, which is don't doubt me on this. Don't doubt me. Don't say, oh, Stephen, no, that would never happen. Never happen. What would you say if I told you back in 2007 that Obama was going to go around Congress and implement a healthcare system, universal healthcare system, that was a universal healthcare system, was going to go around Congress, was going to change it 2 times. There was going to be an issue with the IRS that, of course, Obama knows about. He's not going to say he knows about it. He's not going to ever say that. So he's going to say that he knows, or basically he's going to have the IRS target conservative groups and basically make them pay more for their taxes. that he is going to hide and basically cover up Benghazi, a scandal on how 4 Americans are going to die from an embassy in Libya, and he's not going to call it a terrorist attack, but it's Al-Qaeda who did this. And that our economy was going to drop. Our economy, we were going to have more people on welfare than ever. The unemployment, we were going to have 92 million Americans unemployed. Where would you have believed me? Would you have believed that all of this was going to happen? Would you even believe me if I said that there was going to be a proposal by the FCC, which of course Obama knows about, and Obama probably made up himself? There's no doubt in my mind Obama made that up. So basically, and that the FCC was going to control the media, or have these quote-unquote monitors in newsrooms, basically saying what type of news that you are going to cover. And again, Obamacare is the same thing. It is basically saying that this is the type of healthcare you're going to get. And the government is deciding it. Not yourself. The government. The government is deciding your health care. And everybody is thinking that this is the greatest thing. Would anyone have believed me if I said all of this back in 2007? No! People would have been like, "Oh, Stephen, you're off your rocker." So is it really that out of reach? Is it really that out of reach to think that he's going to try to stay in office? No. It isn't. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll see, but there's one thing's for sure. This FCC deal, it's not going to be backed off. It's not going to be suspended. They're saying it to make people happy and make the Republicans happy. But this thing isn't going away. Trust me, it's not going away. Anytime soon. It's still on the radar. So, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Okay, folks. We are now moving overseas to Ukraine, where there has been some major issues going on lately. Excuse me. There have been major issues going on lately. So I'm gonna play a soundbite for you. And Katie, I think it's Katie or KT, I'm not sure. I think it might be Katie McFarland, who, but it might be KT, I don't know. She is a former, international secretary, I believe, she's Fox News' national secretary or security analyst, and basically, they supposedly spacked a deal, okay, but, coming up as well in a couple minutes, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Putin, but I want you to hear what, I'm going to call her Katie. but again, it might be KT. I wish again, I'll know in a minute. They'll probably have her name. But her last name is McFarland. McFarland is going to talk a little bit about this situation in Ukraine, and I want you to hear it because basically this is what's going on. And boy, this is really serious. You really need to hear this.
You cannot help but be moved by these pictures of what is happening in the streets of Kiev as these people fight for a closer relationship with the West, which they thought they were on the road to.
It just breaks your heart. I mean, you see this as people who want democracy, they want an open economic system, they want to ally with the West, and they have no ability to get it done. Why? Because they are dependent on their leadership, and their leadership is dependent on Russia. Why? Ukraine has massive debt that they're never going to pay back. Ukraine needs loans to keep going, and Ukraine is dependent on Russian energy. So for all of those reasons, they're going to have to do what Russia wants them to do. Russia's willing to bail them out. The West isn't willing to bail them out. Germany's not going to bail them out. European Union isn't going to bail them out. We're not going to bail them out. They need gas, natural gas from Russia. They're completely dependent on natural gas from Russia. And Russia's shown in the past they'll happily turn off that switch and leave Ukrainians shivering in the dark if they feel like it's to their political advantage.
You know, when you look at the big picture here in terms of, I mean, Putin wants to return to the days of old. He would love to take advantage of any opportunity to gobble any of these former Soviet bloc countries back into the fold of Mother Russia. So this situation that's playing out is exactly as he would hope, I would imagine.
You bet it is. And just think of where Putin is right now. He has been shoving President Obama all around the world, right? Sort of rubbing his nose in the dirt. He's now had these successful Olympics. And Ukraine is the crown jewel of the old Russian Soviet Empire. He wants that back. He's got the money to buy it back. They're probably bribing the corrupt Ukrainian leaders right now with sweeteners to, you do this deal and we'll put some money in the Swiss bank account. And as a result, who are the poorest people in Ukraine? The people out on the streets. What are their weapons? A couple of rocks and stones up against the great Putin and the great Soviet Empire and the tanks.
I mean, America has always stood for standing on the side of democracy in these countries and helped to, create the situation that made Ukraine a free country in the first place under the Reagan administration and after.
President Reagan must be rolling in his grave to see what is happening in Eastern Europe and particularly in Ukraine. That's what we won the Cold War to do, is to give those people freedom and self-determination.
So what happens now? I mean, you look at our State Department, the words of John Kerry. The president has just made a statement basically saying that he will be monitoring this situation as it unfolds. Angela Merkel met with Klitschko, the head of the opposition, yesterday in a very public meeting. Shook hands, pictures were taken. Significance of that?
Europe doesn't have the money or the political will to do what Ukraine needs, which is to give them loans, to bail out their debt, and to somehow help them with their energy. They're just not in a position to do that. The United States might. But what has President Obama shown in the past? The three things that Ukraine needs to get out of this mess are loans and money. Well, President Obama's happy to spend money. But the other thing they need is somebody who's going to stand up to Putin. Putin's not going to let Ukraine go without a fight. Now, Obama runs scared every time Putin gets in the room with him. And then the third thing that Ukraine needs is energy independence, fracking, horizontal drilling. We have 2 American energy companies that have signed deals with Ukraine, but they need more help. So what is President Obama doing about fracking and energy independence? He's running in the other direction from that as well. So I think it's highly unlikely the United States steps in to help, and it is a great tragedy.
And Ukraine falls? I mean, Ukraine, where does this go? Because, you just painted such a strong contrast. You think about what Ronald Reagan might do in this situation, to stand up for this country that was freed under his watch and others, and to say, we won't stand for this. We'll help to support, we'll help these companies to, get their heels into Ukraine and help build a stronger economy there to free these people.
I think President Obama will probably draw a couple more red lines, which don't really mean anything. But at the end of the day, unless somebody's willing to step up with money and energy, Ukraine is in play, and the Russians have by far the strongest hand and the greatest incentive. They're not going to let Ukraine go without a fight. It's ports for them, it's strategic value for them, and it is historically the heart of the Soviet-Russian Empire.
It's a tragedy, as you say. Putin may be losing on the hockey rink, but he might be winning in Kiev. KT, thank you very much.
So that's the situation, folks. I mean, it's really sad, but with seeing what's happened in Syria, what's the situation with Syria? Basically, it's almost the same deal. Syria was the people of the Syria who live in Syria. They were basically upset and mad and infuriated with the Syrian leader, al-Assad, Bashar al-Assad. And he's again another example of socialist dictatorship. What has Obama done? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's let Russia take over that. He said, Russia is dealing with the chemical weapons in Syria. And apparently we're kind of, keeping an eye on it and all this other stuff, but we're not. Russia's got the big hand in Syria. You know why? Because Putin is a socialist dictator himself. Now then you look at Obama, who is also a socialist dictator, but he's afraid of Putin because, Putin is, a little bit more strong about it. But he's not going to say no to any of these people, any of these real people who, any of these real leaders who are socialists, because he's socialist himself. He's socialist himself, so he can't send out troops. He can't help Ukraine with this situation that's going on, because he is socialist himself. He probably wants to see Ukraine part of the Soviet Union. He wants to see the whole Middle East become a terror zone and become basically all dictatorship. He wants the whole world to be a dictatorship. So he's not going to do anything as far as foreign policy goes. Because in his eyes, everything is fine. Everything is okay. Because you know what? We need socialism in the world. We need everything okay. We need, when he says everything, when I say everything okay, we need everything equal. And what is that? We can't be stepping into other people's business. Why? Why don't we have business stepping into other people's problems? Because we aren't the big dogs, is how they look at it. When we should be. We are the biggest country in the world, and we are the ones who show freedom. We are the freedom country. We want others who support freedom or who want freedom, we help them bring them to freedom. He's not going to stand up to Putin, ever. Because for one, he knows his history, and for two, they're basically the same. But why doesn't Putin like Obama? Well, he doesn't like him because maybe because he's a little bit more shy about the implementation of socialism. You know why the socialists or the Communist Party USA broke apart? Because there were two groups. One One group wanted to do it by revolution, which is basically happening in Ukraine. Okay? They wanted to do it by bombs, by protesting and all of this. And the other group wanted to do it within. Now, most of the time, it's done through revolution. That is how socialism is implemented. However, the Communist Party USA knew that this wasn't going to work out if we did it by revolution, because we would have a lot of opposition. So we needed to do it over a long period of time. Well, guess what? It's working. It is working 100%. However, Putin is like, no. None of this shy business. We need to do it quickly. And we need to do it strongly. That's how he views socialism. And that's what he's doing. So basically, there's no major difference between Putin and Obama. The only difference is their way of implementing it. And Putin is doing it right now and quickly. To where Obama is like, no, I want it to make sure it's in. Which is worse? Take your pick. It's Burger King time. Do you want it implemented through a revolution that is destructive, or do you want it done slowly? Do you want it done from within? And it was K.T. McFarland. It's not Katie, it's K.T. McFarland. Folks, this next story really... Now, there's a big outrage on social media. And one of the people are like, oh, this is not what this is seeming to be. This is totally different. Folks, what happened? This is from the good old state of Massachusetts. Right here, where I live, here in Massachusetts. Less than 90 miles away. In Boston. There was a girl. She has a mitochondrial disease or disorder. And basically, Tufts Medical Center basically said, hey, she has this disorder. And and basically what ends up happening is there's some form, because she has the flu, she needs to get sent to she gets sent to Boston's Children's Hospital. Okay? And well, while they're at Boston Children's Hospital, they basically declare right away, less than 12 hours, that this is a psychological disorder. And that the parents are imposing medical malpractice. And that they had no longer any custody of the child. And she wasn't taking the medication that she was taking anymore. Or the medication she was taking for mitochondrial disease. And basically, she was basically in the control of the state of Massachusetts. Well, she went on Fox the other day. Or he went on Fox the other day. And basically told a story. Now, the thing about this is he could not speak of this. He could not speak of this. Well, anyway, when the mother went to go visit yesterday, state employees and the state police arrive, asking for the father who was on Fox last night. Well, he wasn't there, but here is the clip from yesterday on the Megyn Kelly file last night.
And a year later, she's paralyzed below the hips, in pain 24 hours a day. Every time I see her, my knees buckle. I cry after. It's just tearing apart our family. There's no reason why somebody in this country couldn't have stopped this and said, time out.
That was Lou Pelletier, the father who lost custody of his own daughter over a medical disagreement with a Massachusetts hospital. A few years ago, then 14-year-old Justina Pelletier was diagnosed with mitochondrial disease by doctors at Tufts Medical Center in Boston. But last year, doctors at Boston Children's Hospital decided the symptoms were all in Justina's head. The hospital accused her parents of medical abuse, apparently for subjecting her to repeated treatments Boston Children's deemed unnecessary. The state then stepped in and managed to get custody of Justina. The family says they're so worried about her health, they're only allowed to see her once a week now, under supervision, that they are now defying a court order, a gag order, and they came on this show last night, her father did. And then we learned today that a crowd of state workers and even a state police officer showed up today at the family's previously scheduled visit with Justina, a state worker demanding to know where Justina's father was because Lou was not there today. The question is whether they are now trying to arrest him, possibly for violation of that gag order. Joining me now with more on the case, Gideon Gill, who is the Boston Globe health and science editor, and the Boston Globe broke this story. He's been doing unbelievable work on it. And Dr. Fran Kendall, who's a board-certified biochemical geneticist who specializes in this disease, this mito disease that the Pelletier family believes Justina has. Dr. Kendall, let me start with you, because what Lou told me last night was he said there are many doubters that this mito disease really exists. And the doubters say it's in the head. It's in the head of the patient. And the reason they accuse the parents of these patients of medical abuse is because they think it's in the heads of the parents, that the parents used to be called Munchausen by proxy, where the parent would sort of play out something through the child, trying to get him or her medical attention that she didn't need. Is that, in fact, the problem here? And is mito a real disease accepted by the medical community?
Yes, thank you, Megan. Indeed it is. There are not that many of us who do specialize in this arena of medicine, but mitochondrial disorders are a group of disorders with an incidence of about 1 in 4 to 5,000 individuals. And there is a lot of basic science and NIH-based studies and other, a lot of work done in this arena. And this has been a well-described group of disorders since the late 1950s, when the first adults presented with clinical symptoms for these diseases.
And yet, Gideon, your reporters who have been taking such an in-depth look into this case seem to be casting doubt on whether the folks over at Boston Children's really believe in this particular disease, because Justina's case is not an one.
Yeah, hi, Megan. Thank you. I think Children's does believe in this disease, but they use different criteria for diagnosing it than Tufts Medical Center does, and I think that's the root of the diagnostic dispute. And the doctor knows this better than I think, but there are certain tests that are sort of a standard criteria for diagnosing this disease, but some of those tests apparently miss actual cases, and Tufts uses a broader set of definitions for mitochondrial disease.
I know, but at bottom, what we have here for the folks at home is two hospitals disagreeing on what Justina has, and the second hospital wrested control of custody of Justina through DCF, and just because it disagreed with the first hospital, and accused the parents because they agree with the first hospital of medical abuse, and now the parents haven't seen her unsupervised in a year. It's crazy to me. I want to ask you this, Gideon, though, because the reason DCF was able to get Justina away from the family, custody of her, is because they went into court and said there's medical abuse here. And in order to do that, they had a bit of a conflict of interest in the case, did they not?
DCF?
Yeah. Well, they rely on medical experts at Boston Children's to tell them whether, in fact, Boston Children's is right in this case.
Right. So DCF really lacks very much medical expertise of their own, and certainly they don't have expertise on mitochondrial disorder. So what they do is they do rely on doctors in the community to consult with them. And often in cases, in other cases, they've often worked with Children's Hospital to help them evaluate cases. In this case, though, they would have gone to a third party to get some expertise.
Understood. But the point is they have an ongoing relationship with Children's, and so it's a tough thing to be challenging of these doctors who are telling you that she doesn't have it, this is medical abuse. Dr. Kendall, I got a lot of emails from our viewers last night saying, what's really going on here? I mean, how can it be? Is there something, do we need to be suspicious of these parents? Is there something more going on that we are all missing?
Well, that I can't answer directly, but what I can say is that part of the problem in mitochondrial disease, and perhaps some of the problems in terms of diagnosis or questioning the diagnosis, is that, as was correctly indicated, these are a group of disorders that could be difficult to diagnose. And we do have a number of diagnostic tools, but they're not always abnormal the same way in each individual.
Well, let me ask you this, because we're short on time. If she doesn't have mito, and if it is in her head, then why, according to the parents, you know, they only get to see her once a week, has she deteriorated so? Because they say before they brought her in for the flu 13 months ago, she was ice skating, she was happy, she was well, then she got the flu, and now look at her. This is present day in the wheelchair without the medications and the treatments that the folks at Boston Children's said she did not need.
Well, that certainly supports the fact that she has some underlying problem, because typically in child medical abuse cases, when they're taken away from the presumed perpetrator, they improve clinically, and this child has not.
Well, we'll continue to follow up and continue reading the Boston Globe, which has really done outstanding work on this. It took a lot of work to get those medical papers and then to understand them. So great job to your folks, Gideon. Thank you for being on. You as well, Dr. Kendall.
Thank you.
Folks, this really, really, honestly, hits to the core of something. That folks, there's examples of, you know, you have these. I actually went onto the Kelly File. I actually do like it on Facebook, but I went on. And there is this person who deathly believes that this is Munchausen's by proxy. Okay? But there is pretty good evidence that this isn't that. Okay? There is no physical proof. There is absolutely no physical proof that this girl is being abused, like it's trying to suggest. Boston's Children, which is supposedly one of the prestigious hospitals in the world, alright, next to Mass General, next to all of these other hospitals in Boston. This is the health capital of the world. Boston. You have Boston's Children basically saying that she has Munchausen's. I can guarantee you. And they're solely relying on their own method of testing. Now, how do we know that this isn't Munchausen's and that this is the mitochondrial disease that was told? She is now in a wheelchair. She was ice skating before. She is now in a wheelchair. Why would her father go on television, Fox? Why would he go on TV and talk about what his daughter was doing and potentially put him in danger of getting arrested if he didn't believe this, if this was a total lie? Folks, this hits to the core. This really, honestly, hits to the core of the state taking control over the people. And the reason why this really, really bothers me to the core, this bothers me. This not only bothers me, but this infuriates me. The reason why this bothers me so much is because this is proof of what will end up happening in our country if we keep our country run by liberals. Because guess what, folks? Massachusetts is a liberal state. If you look at the amount of House leaders, the people who are in the House of Representatives, there may be 5 or 6, maybe 10 out of hundreds, at least 200. Seats in the House are Republican. All the House leaders are Democrat, liberals. This is what will end up happening. What's happening with Justina if this keeps going on is we will end up seeing the state taking control of children and of people and basically saying, no, she doesn't have this, or he doesn't have this. This is in their head. Folks, it really gets to me. It honestly gets to me because it's pretty clear when you look at her, when you look at how she looks. She has a disease. You know when somebody has a disease. Okay? You know when somebody's autistic. You know when somebody has a genetical disorder. You look at her, and she clearly has a genetical disorder. So why in the world is Boston's Children's Hospital one of the greatest hospitals in the world? So many children go there. So many people go there. There have been these fabulous stories that have come out of Boston's Children's Hospital. There are donations going there. Why in the world, when you look at her picture, it is clear as a bell. Why in the world are they assuming that this is Munchausen's or medical abuse? And why in the world is she in a wheelchair now? Why is she in a wheelchair after a year? These people who are on Facebook, who are claiming that this is medical abuse, how can you prove to me? There is nothing you can prove to me. You are not the person who is in there who actually has seen this evidence. Therefore, you cannot tell me that this is Munchausen's. It's pretty clear that the person who was commenting on this was a liberal. Pretty clear. Usually, the parents are the ones who abuse their children, but in this case, it is the government who is abusing the child. Justina has mentioned tons of times to her parents that she doesn't like it. She wants to get out. She's basically in prison. It's sad. It is honestly sad. I really don't know what to say. And do you think Obama would do anything about this? There's people out there I know who would be like, oh, Obama needs to know about this. Oh my God. Obama would do nothing. This is what he wants. What Massachusetts is, which is horrible, there are more poor people in Massachusetts than next to New York, next to California, next to Washington, D.C. There are no other states that have more poverty than Massachusetts, New York, Washington, D.C. There are Maryland. There are no other areas that have more poverty than those states. California. They're all liberal. So this is where we're headed, folks. And then let's head on over to Summit County, Colorado. Colorado, which is also a state that is getting very liberal. It used to be conservative. It is now liberal. There's no doubt. It is liberal. If this state was conservative, if Colorado was conservative, recreational marijuana usage would have never been passed. Never. So, we're heading off to Summit County, Colorado. And this again was also mentioned on the Greta Van Susteren show last night. You need to hear this. This is another thing that's scary as well.
This one, but apparently if you hop on an ATV, the government can take your land. One couple saving up for their dream vacation home, but now they could lose it. Fox's Griff Jenkins hit the road in Colorado.
Everyone has a special place, and this is my family's special place. We got up here and just thought we were in heaven.
After spending a summer in the Colorado mountains, Andy and Sealberry were ready to buy their own piece of a mountain.
This is an old mining cabin from a patented gold mine back from the 1880s. And when we got up here, it's when we decided we had to buy this place.
To get to the cabin, the Berries have to drive an all-terrain vehicle along an old mining road.
This Polaris vehicle that we have has tracks on it, so the pounds per square inch that it puts on the ground or on the snow is a fraction of what you do with your own foot.
But the county says using the vehicle damages the mountain environment and could even threaten the habitat of an endangered lynx. So in October, Summit County condemned the property.
They said that there's not enough setback from the National Forest land, and that part of the building has been there since the 1880s. So to me, should be grandfathered. They also said that we didn't have proper electricity and water. Well, we have no electricity and water. It's just not around up here.
Just days later, the county moved to seize it through eminent domain, a power the government uses to take private property.
They condemned the cabin and then sent us the eminent domain about 2 days later. They really condemned the cabin to make it worthless, to make this property not as meaningful to me. And so I would take a lower price or just say, oh, the hell with it, I'm not going to fight the government. But basically, they timed it so the cabin went first. I could no longer use it. And so what are you going to do with 10 acres up here?
Eminent domain is normally used to take private land when it serves a public purpose. In this case, the move is to preserve open space. But with no plans to develop the property, the move surprised the Berries.
I fully understand eminent domain, and I'm not against the whole, process of eminent domain. I feel like this is a misuse of eminent domain.
They suspect something worse.
Summit County would be rewarded by this because they plan to take the 10 acres that they would eminent domain here and swap it with the national forest for 10 acres closer to Breckenridge. And 10 acres close to Breckenridge is worth millions of dollars. So they offer us $30,000 to $50,000 and they wind up with several million.
We reached out to Summit County officials and gave them every opportunity to speak on camera. They refused. Instead, they issued this statement. In part, Summit County does not enter lightly into this litigation. Over a period of several months in 2013, the county made numerous good faith attempts to negotiate an agreeable purchase price for the Hunter mine. Summit County invokes its eminent domain powers thoughtfully, judiciously, and infrequently, and has filed eminent domain actions only twice in the past 20 years. A hearing is scheduled for late April, after which a judge will determine if the county can take the property. The Berries worry about the future of their cabin.
It's Colorado. It's several 14ers you can see from here, and it's just pristine beauty. And I even promised my daughter she could get married up here. And now all that's gone.
It just saddens me. You're coming here to sort of get away from it all, and this is worse than where we came from.
I think we'll always be able to hike up here, but it won't be ours. And that's important to me. We're prepared to go the distance. I was raised to fight the good fight.
I'm just so disappointed by the way things are going. I don't even feel like this is America. I feel like I'm living in a communist country. I don't understand.
Ouch. That couple is saying they feel like they live in a communist country now. And this is the third major eminent domain story we brought you on the record just this month. It appears these cases are popping up more and more. Why is that? Our political panel is back. Rick, what do you make of this case? I mean, this couple, I don't know what this public use is, but by just taking this property, I don't need...
The classic use of eminent domain is the government says we can do something better with your property.
And we need it.
And we need it to do something with it. Now they're taking property to do nothing with it. And that's what sets up a really interesting dynamic that I think has a lot of people scared in other jurisdictions is if they don't need a better excuse. It's one thing to say we're gonna build something huge with this. And there was a pretty famous Supreme Court case in the last decade that got at even using it for private property, for private purposes, for development. This is saying, well, we're just gonna let this sit there and exist as open space, which is what it was doing before. That sets up a real problem with, well, where does that end? And what is the motivation you need exactly to prove that the county government or city government or the state government needs it more than you do?
Just because you can doesn't mean you have to. And sometimes you're doing things that are just plain cruel.
This is outrageous, and we should point out that this is a little 10-acre parcel in a 2.1 million acre forest. So, I mean, I think it's even more outrageous there. But the case that Rick referred to, the Kelo case in 2005, basically made eminent domain it's possible for a government to do almost anything. What they had done in that case is they took land, they didn't want to use it for something like a road or a broad public use. They said that if they gave it to a private developer, the private developer could make money with it, and then the government would benefit from the taxes that came. Well, what happens, they took the person's land, the economic bust came, that land now is just an empty lot. It's not making anybody any money, but it broadened this use of eminent domain and gave the government power to do it in almost any case.
And what was the court thinking is basically, I think.
5-4 in the Supreme Court.
I don't know, it's just unbelievable. Nina?
Well, what struck me about this case, generally eminent domain is used to quote, further the public interest. So the classic case, as Rick alluded to, is sort of taking a blighted neighborhood, tearing it down, putting up development that'll bring in commerce and jobs and so forth. And we've seen more cases of using eminent domain to protect, wild preserves and to protect land and keep it natural and pristine. This seems to go even a step farther. It seems like they're being punished for their behavior, because if the root cause of this is driving the ATV up to the cabin, it's not about keeping, just adding a piece of land to pristine wilderness. It's about punishing you because you're using this vehicle and taking your land away from you and taking your cabin away from you and condemning this cabin.
And I mean, and the Fifth Amendment requires just compensation, but that's always a big joke. I mean, there's not, the just compensation is pennies.
Well, it appears with the condemnation here, they just knocked down the price, and so the idea of just compensation just kind of went out the window on this.
Yeah, and the troubling implication here is that because the government is such a powerful player in this, that you can essentially set the market for things like this. And the idea that if the public good here is the county making more money off of the property here by making some kind of a trade, that's a real issue.
I just hope, I realize it's in court and the judge will decide, and the court shouldn't be influenced by public opinion, but I sure would like to see people in Summit County raising a little more hell, and even Senator Udall and everybody else, and taking another close look at this, because this.
So folks, that's what's going on in Summit County, Colorado. Did you hear that? Eminent domain, private property. I am just appalled. No, I'm not really appalled. I'm appalled emotionally. Just like I'm appalled emotionally with the Justina case. Just like I'm appalled emotionally with the FCC issue. But am I appalled intellectually? No! This is Obama! This is Obama in full power. Oh, it's a county government. So, it's led by liberals who praise Obama and who are basically the same thing as Obama. There is no difference. No difference. Every liberal is the same. They all think the same. They all do the same thing. Folks, this is you heard it from the family, or from the couple themselves. You heard it from them themselves. We feel like we live in a communist country. It is. It is. 3 cases, you heard Greta, 3 cases of eminent domain in the past month. Are you hearing this lunacy? And this is not to be surprised. Because, folks, this is the track of our country. This is where it's going. We are going towards socialism. If not, we're already in socialism. What the government did is, oh, you're using an ATV. That's not right. Just like it's not right that we're polluting so much. We're polluting. The earth is changing. So it's going to hurt the local environment. This ATV. Folks, this next soundbite I have for you, this was from the Kelly File last night, okay? You just need to hear it, okay? You just need to hear it, and I'll respond in a minute. I'm going to actually respond to all of these things in a minute, and I hope that you're seeing what I'm seeing, because if you don't, you're way off in Neverland. You need to hear this.
File exclusive. Republican senators now demanding the head of the FBI explain exactly why the agency pushed for an indictment of one of the president's most effective critics. And that critic is here. Welcome to the Kelly File, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly. This started last month. Conservative filmmaker Dinesh D'Souza hit with federal charges for what the New York Times called relatively small donations in a New York Senate race. Those charges immediately raising red flags for some because D'Souza, who has pleaded not guilty, is behind the box office hit 2016, Obama's America, a film that is very critical of the president. The senator's letter calls attention to these concerns, citing liberal Harvard legal scholar Alan Dershowitz, who said publicly, quote, "I can't help but think that D'Souza's politics have something to do with it." The letter urging the FBI, quote, to dispel this sort of public perception, writing, "It is important for the FBI to be transparent regarding the precise origin of this investigation." Joining us now, Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh, good to see you. And so now you've got Republican senators demanding answers from the feds on why this charge. Many had asked, why this filmmaker? Why this amount? Why, in a case that is this small, has it been elevated to this level? And I know there's a limited amount you can say about it, being the subject of the case, but I want to ask you whether you believe this could be retaliation.
Well, as a lawyer, you know, Megyn, I can't talk about the case itself. In fact, my attorneys have been very emphatic about this. So much as I'd like to, I can't speak about the case specifically. But what I will say is that I made a film very critical of Obama. I know for a fact that he was very unnerved, upset about the film. I'm about to release this year a new film called America. And if Obama was unnerved by 2016, wait till the new film comes out. So I am a public critic of the president, and I do recognize that this has made me, to some degree, vulnerable to some forms of counterattack.
How do you know for a fact that President Obama was personally upset or outraged at Obama's 2016?
Well, a few weeks after the film came out, there was a vituperative attack on me and on 2016, and it appeared on Barack Obama's personal website, barackobama.com, in which he railed against the film as a smear campaign. In fact, he took issue with a number of facts in the film. He was wrong on every instance, but it was very clear from his diatribe that the film got under his skin.
Did you worry at the time that maybe you had pushed it too far, that there might be retaliation against you?
Well, I had heard that Obama was a very vindictive guy, and when I was down in Kenya, I noticed that the Obama family is extremely paranoid and protective. We had interviewed Obama's half-brother, George Obama, whom we found in the Huruma slum of Nairobi. And then when we got to Obama's family homestead, even though we were in a different city, they knew all about the interview with George, and they wouldn't cooperate with us. And when we asked them how they knew about this, they said, well, we have George followed. We're on his track. We know who he meets with. We know who he gives interviews to. So this struck me as extremely odd. Here you've got a kid who's in his late 20s or early 30s, and the Obama family is having him followed.
Do you believe the president would be capable of this sort of retribution, however, because the meddling and the, name-taking and remembering that this would all require of the president of the United States may have some saying, no.
Well, let's remember that right after 2016 came out, my partner, Jerry Molen, who's been on your show, Jerry is the producer of Jurassic Park and Schindler's List, he was contacted, rather coincidentally, by the IRS, and they had questions of him. So this IRS targeting, which has been focused on the Tea Party group, somehow seems to have extended to the guys who made 2016. I think it's the broader pattern here of going after people who are critics, not just me, but the Hollywood guys, the group Friends of Abe, These are Hollywood guys who are conservatives. So I think there's a sense here that Obama treats his critics not merely as people who disagree, but as enemies. And by the way, Megyn, that's a big theme. Obama's mentor, Saul Alinsky, says in his books that you should treat your opponents not as well-meaning people who disagree with you, but as bad guys. You've got to polarize, you've got to demonize, and that clearly is what the Obama administration has been doing in general.
Dinesh, thank you for being here. We'll continue to follow it.
So, folks, that is what happened with Dinesh D'Souza. Again, a political, or well, not a political, but a opponent of Mr. Obama. Now, have you, I want to kind of connect everything with you. Or, yeah, basically do that. So, we have the FCC issue with trying to control the newsrooms and the news that's getting out to you. We have Obamacare, which is controlling the type of health care you get. We have the IRS scandal, okay, targeting of conservative groups, and the Tea Party, and basically making them pay higher taxes. We have the Justina issue, where the state of Massachusetts is taking control of a girl with mitochondrial disease on the basic assertion that one of the hospitals in Boston is not correct. And quote unquote, this guy said that, they agreed with what the parents had to say. Folks, Tufts Medical Center is not your, they're not your little local hospital. They are yet another prestigious hospital. Almost as prestigious as Massachusetts General Hospital. If this was in any way, shape, or form medical abuse, Tufts Hospital would have known. Tufts Medical Center would have known. But Boston's Children's Hospital is just being totally ridiculous. So basically the state, and then you have the state and the DCF taking control of Justina Pelletier. And basically, when they go and arrive to see Justina yesterday, the police are there and other state employees or state officials asking for the father, who of course went around or did not follow the order of not speaking out, which he clearly did because he felt like it was important. And I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, you know what? I don't care if I'm going to get put to jail. I'm going to speak out. I want people to know of this hypocrisy. And then you have the eminent domain issue in Colorado, taking control over a private property for no reason at all. No reason at all. Just taking over it. And then we have the movie maker Dinesh D'Souza. Who basically, for over small donations, over small donations is being prosecuted. So they have time, the Obama regime has time to prosecute somebody over small donations, but they don't have time to prosecute for the IRS scandal or Benghazi. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, folks? Do you understand? If not, let me spell it out for you. This is socialism. There, I've spelt it out for you. If you disagree, look at each of these current and also issues of the recent past. Look at everything. Obamacare, the IRS scandal, the FCC media control, the Justina Pelletier problem in Massachusetts, the eminent domain problem in Colorado, and Dinesh D'Souza being prosecuted over small donations. Small donations. Hillary Clinton receives more donations than this guy. The only reason why he is even being mentioned is because he made movies that were extremely critical of Obama. That's the reason why he's being targeted, and that's why he's being prosecuted. Folks, it is 100% clear what's going on. And if you don't believe it, you really need to open up your eyes. This next story, this is going to make way for me to be able to talk about the education system. But this is what's going on at a school in New York State.
At this point in time, it's not a safe learning environment. To the union, I understand you've got a contract to go by. You've got a bad drug addict teacher.
And it's nice and simple to publicly hang people, isn't it? Until it's you or your children.
Well, those are angry parents sounding off at a Board of Education meeting in Fallsburg, New York this week after heroin and drug paraphernalia were found in a faculty bathroom at an elementary school not once but twice since December. The parents were just told about it. The superintendent just sent a letter to parents saying, quote, an employee of the district found drugs and related paraphernalia in a school restroom. They failed to specify that the drug was heroin and that it was a faculty bathroom. And after the police narrowed the search to a small group of school employees, the teachers' union stepped in and pushed those teachers to stonewall the criminal probe. Joining me now, Keith and Inslee Unger, parents of 3 students at this elementary school, and Robert Hayward, whose son attends the school as well. This is crazy. So you found out, let me start with you, Inslee. You get this letter. It's so generic. They found drugs and paraphernalia in a school restroom. We're looking into it. Then you find out how that they're talking about heroin and a possible teacher.
We did, and we actually found out about it all on the same day. The letter came home on Tuesday afternoon. We were sitting on the couch, we read the letter, we looked up, and there across the screen said the Benjamin Kozer Elementary School. So, of course, we turned up the volume and listened to it. And
you got a 6-year-old in this school.
We have a 6-year-old. I have a 6-year-old stepson, a 9-year-old stepson, and I also have an 11-year-old son. They all go to the school.
This is crazy, Rob. I know that you have a 9-year-old.
Yes, I do.
And now you have to worry because apparently these 8 teachers originally agreed to give urine samples, but then the union stepped in and said, don't do that. And now none of them will. Only the one non-union guy has done it. And now the other 7 are saying, no, we're not doing it. Now you have to worry about whether a heroin user is teaching your 9-year-old.
Absolutely, and that's the problem with me.
And so when you went to the school board meeting, did you get any satisfaction after out of the superintendent or anybody else?
The only satisfaction I got, I realized that they're all liars over there.
Why do you say that?
Because the ones reading a carefully edited speech, you could watch him following his finger, making no eye contact. That's the superintendent Katz. The other guy, you could just see in his face as he's smiling. That's why I sat in the front row. I wanted to see the body expressions as well as pay attention to what they were telling me. They were carefully worded everything, just tried to appease us. They did not make me feel comfortable that they provide a safe environment for my child. And I have a problem with that.
And Keith, what do you think now? I mean, you've got to send your 3 kids to the school, and I'm assuming you don't suspect they're individual teachers, but who knows?
Right, and that's the issue. I mean, I transport kids for the town of Fallsburg School District. I have to take a drug test to put them on that bus I drive. I now have to send my 3 children to school and not know if it's their teacher or if their teacher is going to OD because he wanted to shoot up in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And it's scary.
You think about what just happened with Philip Seymour Hoffman and the damage that heroin can cause. I mean, it can literally cost you your life. And there is a person who is apparently so in need of this drug in your children's school that he or she, we assume it's a he, is shooting it up in the bathroom. I mean, I can't even just do it at home. They have to do it in the bathroom, and so distracted by their behavior that not once but twice they left their paraphernalia behind, including needles. You used to work as an EMT, right?
I still do. I have a current EMT license with the state of New York.
You've seen what this drug can do.
Constantly.
Do you have to worry now about whether this is going to happen in front of your children?
It's scary enough to have a person who's either overdosed or who takes heroin in the back of an ambulance, but the thought of having them physically in a classroom as a teacher, as a one-on-one, as a janitor, as anybody is nerve-wracking. These children have no idea what to look for, nor should they have to. I mean, you go to school to learn, not to sit here and question, okay, well, what happens if my teacher falls over? What happens if my teacher starts convulsing? What do I do?
What if the teacher gets clean and goes in withdrawal in the middle of the classroom? There's so many things to worry about. The school says, look, we contacted the police as soon as the first incident happened on December 23rd, and then another incident on Valentine's Day. There's a criminal probe. That's why we couldn't tell you right away. And these teachers, they have the right to be represented by the union and do what the union tells them, which they believe is assert their due process rights, and that means they don't have to give blood, they don't have to give urine. Your thoughts on it?
My thoughts on that? I think that's totally wrong. I always assumed that teachers got drug tested because they're taking care of the children. Evidently, I'm wrong on that one. And I think they should be drug tested. And if they have a problem with that, it's their problem.
Yeah. It'd be nice to see those 7 come forward and volunteer to take the test, in particular the ones who really have nothing to hide. Good to see you all. We'll continue to follow it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, you've got a teacher who needs heroin. They're taking it at school. This is just too much for me. I honestly, folks, honestly, I cannot spell this out any more clearly. Okay, you have the district of, I forget, you have this New York school district. The superintendent and the school committee, they're like, oh, it's okay, it's fine, it's, we're doing everything we can. Folks, I live here in the state of Massachusetts. Okay. One of my friends recently was suspended. This just brings up what happened with him. He was recently suspended, okay? And he was called a racist name. Well, when he was called a racist name, cracker, he called the Hispanic, the S word, the S racist word. Well, apparently the Hispanic told on my friend. So, basically, what ended up happening was he ended up getting suspended for, I believe it was 5 days. The reason why he got suspended was because of, again, calling him the racist word, and that's not acceptable. However, you would think that with it being them talking about this equality and how everything is fine and how they're totally not, they don't take race, sex, or gender, religion into any of their decision making. And this is in my school district that I went into, that I live in, here in Massachusetts. They said, oh, well, we didn't punish the Hispanic because he didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so apparently it's okay to call a white person a racist word, a cracker, but it's not okay to call a Hispanic a racist name. Folks, I thought it works both ways. Honestly, I thought it worked both ways. And you know what the reason they gave was? Oh, he's a little disadvantaged. He's in it from a disadvantaged family. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, you know, he can't get suspended because he's from a disadvantaged family. So now, a Hispanic or a disadvantaged student can do whatever the heck they want. They can steal from the school, they can cheat, they can lie, they can call you any name they want, they can take in a gun, a weapon, and they won't be suspended. Oh, they'll just be disciplined a little bit. This is what the reason the school district and the superintendent gave. Are these people out of their mind? This is Massachusetts, supposedly the best school system in the country. You know where people get this information from? They get this information from quote unquote all of these research industries, from Harvard and all these other things. Is it really true that Massachusetts has the best school system in the country? Is it really true? It really makes you wonder. Honestly. So not only that, but apparently they had a bus tape that proved that that my friend said the bad word to the kid. So my friend's mother asked to see the tape. Nope, we can't show you the tape. So they can't even prove to the mother that he did what he did. They're just relying on what the kid said. The Hispanic kid. They are relying on that. Folks, if this isn't corruption of the school system, if this isn't corruption, I don't know what corruption is. If this isn't an outrage, I don't know what is. If this isn't proof that liberalism destroys our country, I don't know what is proof. Honestly, folks, I can't even put into words how outraged I am about everything going on around me. And folks, this is all happening so quickly. It is happening as quick as you can say hippity-doo-dah, hippity-day. My oh my, what a wonderful day. It is going so quick, so fast. The education system. I can't say this for every single school district in the country, but I can say this for most school districts, especially those in liberal states. Why am I saying especially those in liberal states? The reason why is because liberal states teach Common Core. They teach, they get their books from these big industries, Pearson, what have you. Folks, so you have the education system. It teaches our students about, from a very young age, about economic inequality, social inequality, that blacks have an advantage over whites, that the rich have an advantage over the poor, that if you're poor, you're not going to be as successful as those who are rich. They're teaching that. And how do I know? I was in it. I was taught it. This isn't a matter of whether they're doing it or not. This is real. This is true. There's no fantasy in this. People need to open up their eyes. So they're teaching our children. They're teaching our children that our history is so bad, so mean, so idiotic. The racist white pigs who own this country, who founded this country, were mean. And who do they teach to praise? Who in the world do they teach us to praise? Guess who? Karl Marx. Karl Marx. A book that is part of the education system, high school, here in my school district. It's called Animal Farm. It basically teaches the ideologies of Karl Marx were good, were fair. But you have Stalin and Vladimir Lenin who didn't know how to implement them properly. So you have the founders. You have the founders of socialism. Karl Marx, and again, there's I believe his name is Friedrich Engels. Okay, they wrote the Communist Manifesto. So they're okay, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. They're okay because they knew what it was. But this Vladimir Lenin guy and this Joseph Stalin guy, they didn't know how to implement it. That's why there was corruption. Folks, they implemented it exactly by the book. They implemented it exactly how Karl Marx wanted it to be implemented, how Friedrich Engels wanted it to be implemented. And what was the solution? What was the result? Mass killings. Mass murder. It was the worst. Stalin was almost as bad, if not worse, than Hitler. Folks, our education system, going back to the education system, we are being taught who to praise. And who are we being taught to praise? Karl Marx, the founder of socialism, the founder of communism. We are being taught to praise him because he wants equality. He wants social inequality, gender equality. He wants everything equal, which is what we want. Folks, we are guaranteed in this country equal opportunity, not equality. People believe that equality is great, that everything needs to be the same, that everything needs to be on the same level. We all need to be on the same level, because if we aren't all on the same level, then we have an issue. But folks, that is not the way, that is not the solution. That is not the way to think. Folks, our education system is basically the platform to liberalism. Our education system is the sole core of progressing the liberal agenda. Our education system is the way of succeeding or pressing and filling the minds, as Rush Limbaugh says, the minds or the skulls full of mush. Because basically, the way children are influenced is through what they learn. And they are being taught socialism is great. So what ends up happening? They end up growing up and becoming your low information voter and end up voting for Obama. Because we're going to have change. That's what's going on. I'm going to fundamentally transform the country. And he's applauded. He's applauded. And if you oppose him, how dare you? You're a racist because he's our first black president. That is what scares most people, is being called a racist. It's not the matter of him being a black person. Folks, I dislike Clinton as much as I dislike Obama. The only reason why I express it more is, first of all, he's our current president, and secondly, he's moving forward the agenda. And very quickly. Folks, our education system is so corrupt. It's so hard to explain to people how corrupt our education system really is. If people just knew, there are going to be more situations like what happened in New York. And you know why the teachers unions don't have them do any of this stuff, drug tests, and why they don't have, you know why they don't do any of this? Because they don't care. As long as they're teaching them the liberal agenda, it's okay. You can do whatever you want, but just make sure you teach the liberal agenda, and you'll get paid. And no matter what, the school committee will be behind you. That's the situation, folks. That's what's going on. They are teaching kids now that you can answer 3 times 4 is 11, as long as you can prove it, or why you were wrong. They are teaching you that 3 times 4 is 11, or that it's okay. Pretty soon they're going to say, you can answer 2 plus 2 is 5, as long as you can explain why you believe 2 plus 2 is 5. It's an outrage. It's teaching our students that it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to not get it right. And the people who do answer 2 plus 2 is 4 at 2 or 3 years old, oh, they're going too fast. You need to slow them down. We can't have them more successful than other people. Are you serious? Are you honestly serious? And apparently, the greatest school districts in these great states of Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, they're supposedly the greatest. But what they're honestly teaching us, they aren't even teaching us the real history of our country. They are not teaching our students reasoning. They can't even think for themselves. All they're doing is they're teaching our students to rely on the government, to rely on other people. Folks, for the longest time, I was... How can I put this? I guess I was against working while I was going to school. It wasn't until recently I changed my opinion on that. You know why I was told that was... You know why I believe that? School. My school. We were taught that, you don't want to be overwhelmed. You don't want to be overwhelmed. You'll get too overwhelmed and it'll cause stress and it'll cause... you don't want that. You don't need to overwork yourself. We can't have that. Working during the summer is fine, but don't work while you're going to school because that'll be... that's a little dicey. Folks, we are teaching our students that the government is our mother and father. We are teaching our students that our parents' moral values is not right. We are teaching our students that God is not real. We are teaching our students that creationism is not real. We are teaching our students that evolution is fact. We are teaching our students. Basically to be immoral. You know what's hilarious? I gotta mention this. There is a Common Core math class, or a math lesson, that basically says, and apparently the way that this is related to math is through averages, through ratios, and through through mean and mode and all this other stuff. They basically talk about how the 2000 presidential election between Al Gore and Bush was unfair. Those mean Republicans, they're mean, and they stole Al Gore's presidential seat. And that's not right. There is a Common Core math lesson that talks about the unfairness of the 2000 presidential elections. Honestly, I am not joking. There is another math lesson that talks about the past presidents of our country. And it basically says that you need to do some research on presidents. And it says to go to infoplease.com, I believe, and look up presidents. This is a math class, remember? And basically, it lists Abraham Lincoln's religion as liberal. And then it goes on to say that Ronald Reagan made our country put into a recession, the worst in 40 years. the worst in 40 years. It was Reagan's fault. Again, those mean Republicans, those mean conservatives. They're basically demonizing Ronald Reagan. That is, folks, I don't know what to say. Honestly, I really don't know what to say because it's just so idiotic. Okay? You know, these are the same people that believe in global warming and that they really, really wanted Al Gore as president because he would have been the greatest. Folks, if Al Gore was president, I don't know what would have happened. I don't know where our country would be. But folks, our country is not going in any good direction right now. Let's just put it that way. Folks, our education system is basically teaching us can you believe this? This education system is teaching us that social inequality, income inequality, is so bad, okay? And they use all these statistics. And then they wonder why there is so many black people who are in poverty. Well, I wonder why that is. Maybe because you are teaching it to them and teaching as if this is fact. And you're not telling these students that they are individuals. We aren't teaching our students this. I know because I was in the public school system. We aren't teaching our students this. We're not. We're teaching that statistics of groups is fact. And that grouping people is okay. But that the Republicans are mean, and that they're racist, and that they're bigots. I.e., they were unfair in the elections in 2000 and in 2004. And then they go on to praise Obama. They mention how Reagan led to the worst recession in 40 years. But they don't mention and folks, the recession there was no recession during the Reagan years. And then they don't mention that the recession under Obama is the worst. 92 million Americans without a job. And then we're teaching our students that the ideologies of Karl Marx is the greatest. That's what we're teaching our students. What do you expect? Then we wonder why there's so many people who are so uneducated about this country. It's because they rely on what is taught to them. Finally, I want to talk to you about homosexuality and gay rights. Obama has spoken openly about homosexuality and how he approves of it. And that every state should basically pass that law of homosexuality. And basically, I believe it's the Justice or the Supreme Court General that is basically saying that he is going to pass that homosexuality can be legal in all 50 states. Folks, I solely believe that this is an individual issue, not a governmental issue. The government has no right, absolutely no right in telling us that homosexuality is or isn't moral. Therefore, our government shouldn't be telling us that we should or should not be engaging in homosexual relations. Why is that? Because they are not God. They are not there to tell us whether or not we should get married to the same sex, whether or not we should get married to somebody of the opposite sex or not. Oh, well, we need things equal. Folks, I am sorry to say, you can engage in whatever type of relations you want, but I honestly don't believe in, I refuse to believe in gay marriage. That it should be supported by the government and that they should get the same advantages as a married couple. I don't believe it. You can do whatever you want in your own personal time. You can whatever you want. That's your individual choice. Do whatever you want. But the government has no authority to tell us whether or not it is good, it is moral or not. Because they are not God. The government is not God. The government has no right telling us whether it's okay to get married to the same sex. No right. Now you'd think I would be praising what's going on in Russia on the other end of the spectrum, where they're basically putting to jail and demonizing those who are getting who do advocate gay marriage. You would think, or who are or basically the putting to prison the people who advocate gay marriage. You would think I would love that. I don't. Because, like I said, the government has no position, or is in no position, to put to jail people who believe in a certain way. That's what's called freedom of speech. You can believe in whatever you want, but the government has no right going behind a specific idea. Again, this is what I believe. We are all individuals. We all need to figure out our own identities. And if you're gay, you're gay. There's nothing I can do about it. That's okay. However, I don't feel that the government should be getting behind the gay rights movement. I don't. I don't believe in it. They should not be getting behind any form of marriage. That's an individual person's issue. An individual person's issue. However, why don't I feel that the government should be getting behind gay marriage, but it's okay to get behind heterosexual marriage? Because it is human nature to want to reproduce with the opposite sex. Oh, well, it's not human nature to get with the same sex? What are you trying to say? What I am trying to say here, folks, is that again, I believe if you want to be gay, that's your choice. But I just don't think, and I will never believe, that they should have the same rights as a regular married couple. I just don't. And nor should the government be going behind it. Should not. I'm sorry. In my opinion, it should never happen. Never, ever, ever. Oh, you're so mean. You're so racist and bigoted and closed-minded. No. Like I said, what they're doing in Russia is also wrong. And I would be just as offended. I just don't believe they should have the same rights. When I say rights, I don't mean freedom of speech, because every single person in this country has freedom. We are all precious individuals. We all have that. We all are great people. However, when I say rights, I mean the same benefits as a married couple. When I say benefits, I mean any government subsidies that they will get. I just don't believe that should happen. I don't believe it should be legalized. You can live with the person of the same sex. Heck, you can engage in sexual activity. But to get married? No. Marriage is meant for a man and a woman. There's always been gay people. There's always been gays and lesbians. Always. But to get married is totally ridiculous. Totally. And for the government to support it and to legalize it is ridiculous. There's always been gay rights movements. There's always been I don't know what it's called, the LGBT or the LBGT. I have no clue. It's just ridiculous. They are all liberals. And you notice something? They all are atheists. Atheism today is higher in our country than it ever has been. And do you know something? The states that legalize gay marriage, they are the states that are the least religious. Do you know something? The federal government recently forced Utah to legalize gay marriage. That is ridiculous. It should not be the federal government's business. Folks, I'm going to play a soundbite from Hannity. I wasn't going to do this, but I am. And I'm going to give my reaction to it. Okay? I am going to give my reaction. I want you to hear this. Again, this was from Hannity on the 19th. And here it is.
All right, Bibles in hotel rooms. That's standard practice in the U.S., but it wouldn't be anymore if one left-wing radical atheist group has their way. The Freedom From Religion Foundation received a complaint about what they call, quote, religious propaganda on state property at Iowa State University's Memorial Union Hotel. They then lobbied the director of the union until he agreed to remove all the Bibles from his rooms effective March the 1st. Here to explain why she sees this as, quote, reason and Constitution, and the Constitution prevailing, is the co-founder and co-president of the Freedom From Religion Foundation, Annie Laurie Gaylor. It's been a long time. Annie, how are you?
Yes, it has been. I first met you way back in Alabama.
I debated you way back in Alabama. That's right. And I'm getting younger every day. Tell me what... You go to the hotel, okay? You and your husband or any member of your organization. So they have the Bible maybe in a drawer next to the bed. Tell me how you're so offended by this, that it's so outrageous that you've got to now, those people that would like it would have the choice to open it. You're not forced to open it. Doesn't take up any space. Why is this such a big issue for you?
Why would a university place a religious book in a hotel room?
Because they want to, because they think their customers want it.
Unless there was a message of endorsement, we think you should be reading this book, or we think you would want to read this book. Imagine the outcry if somebody opened up their bedside table at a public-supported institution and found Richard Dawkins' God Delusion, or found a Quran.
We're talking about the Bible.
You know what?
If they wanted to put a Quran in there, I would have no problem. The thing is, you're acting like you're so offended. And you're not offended. I don't believe for a second you're offended. I'm sure your organization will raise money off of this, and you'll send out letters saying we took on Iowa University. And
I don't like to pay high prices to stay in a hotel room to find a book in there that says that I should be murdered, that blasphemers should be put to death, that homosexuals are an abomination, that women are subordinate.
Don't open the book. They probably have channels on the TV that you don't like. You probably don't like to watch me usually.
You said that I am not offended, but I am offended by the Bible because I don't think there's another book between whose pages life is so cheap that sanctifies genocide, sanctifies so many primitive teachings
you get off on insulting people's deeply held religious views. I know that's part of your thing. How much money does your organization take in a year?
Well, actually, that's none of your business. But
that's none of my business?
Is your business is
that because you're going to raise money off this, aren't you? That little Bible that sits there, is not offending you, but you're going to send out letters and you're going to raise money. You're going to raise money because you're not really offended. I don't believe that for a second.
We didn't put out a press release saying donate on it. We just put out a press release pointing out that This is a victory for secularism.
And will you get
separation
checks in
of
the
church and
mail
state.
supporting your group?
Well, we are a membership organization, and we do invite people who are free thinkers to join
Free
us.
thinkers.
We are the largest atheist and agnostic organization in the country.
pro-choice?
And we offer, yes, I am, and we
All right,
offer
so
a free
if the Bible is literally
service
tucked
to
in-
members of the public who encounter violations of the separation of church and
Okay,
state.
if the
And
Bible
we
is
actually-
tucked into the drawer next to the bed, and you choose not to open it, just like you might want to not watch a channel on TV that's on their channel, maybe even religious channels. You're saying something that to me just makes zero sense and that I don't believe, and that you are
Well, I
so
think that
deeply
you would be
offended that you are
would
going
be
to.
offended if you found the God delusion and atheistic material in a hotel that was supported by the government, a public university hotel.
You know, up until,
Don't tell me you
up
wouldn't
until
be
the early
shocked.
1960s, the Lord's Prayer was said in public school. Bible reading was done on a regular basis until 2 Supreme Court decisions. So that means from 1776, in our founding document, in our Declaration, through 1787, all the way up till the 1960s, Bible reading was done in school and the Lord's Prayer was said.
No.
And guess what? And guess what? A theocracy never emerged in America. Isn't that interesting?
Sean, that isn't true.
That is
Actually,
true.
that was a fairly, in the state of Wisconsin, for example, our state Supreme Court outlawed Bible reading in the public schools in 1890.
It happened on a widespread basis.
The same was true in many other states. It was a fairly recent thing that happened in the 50s that you had so many states reciting the Lord's Prayer. We owe a great debt
Annie,
to Ellery Shemp, who
with
started
all due
that
respect,
fight
you guys
for
on the left,
secularism in the schools.
You are just intolerant. It doesn't bother you. It doesn't offend you. You're going to raise money off this. And I don't believe for a second this is so offensive to you.
Of the First Amendment. I'm
right, you do.
intolerant of the government telling us
You do.
what
You don't have to
religion we
read it.
should have
It can
and
sit
taking
right in.
sides on
It can
religion.
sit in your nightstand, and you don't even have to open it. Amazing. Pro-choice. You're pro-choice, right? You can choose not to open it.
But the government shouldn't be telling me I should have it there at the bedside table. If I want a Bible, I will travel with it.
All right,
People
I
who
gotta
are
go.
that pious that they can't go to sleep without reading a Bible will carry
You
one
don't
with them.
have to open it, but I got to go. Thank you. Good to see you. It's been many years. Appreciate it. Coming up next.
Folks, I had to play that. Okay? Honestly, do you honestly hear what that lady was saying? You know, I have a headache from all of this stuff. It is just so amazing. I don't really have a headache, but if by any chance outside sources could give you a headache, this would be the time I would be having a headache. Folks, this lady, first of all, do you hear her voice? She's trying to sound so innocent, so non-judgmental, so how can I put this? So caring. Okay, so caring, so wonderful. And that Hannity is a mean guy. Are you hearing how she's talking? Just listen to her tone of voice. Oh, yeah, well, you know, I would never have, you would feel so offended if you found the God's delusion or the Koran in your bedside at the hotel on its government property. Are you listening to this? Folks, I honestly, folks, this doesn't make sense at all. Hannity is 100% right. You don't even need to open the drawer. If you didn't open the drawer, you wouldn't know it was there. Simply don't open the drawer. That's it. That's all you have to do. Folks, I didn't want to get into this, but I have to. Okay, I just have to, because I need people to understand what's going on here. Hannity mentioned something that is very, very vital. And what is that? That is that since 1780 or 1776 through the 1960s. Now, yes, that lady may be right. There could have been a few cases, Wisconsin and maybe a couple other states. But for the most part, most states had religion, had the Bible, had the Lord's Prayer in classes from 1776 through the 1960s. Did we have a theocracy? No! Then, let's go even further. The reason why it was removed is because of the separation of church and state. So apparently, we need separation of church and state, right? So then we shouldn't be teaching our kids at all any form of religion, right? However, in biology class, we're teaching our kids that evolution is fact. What is this doing to us? And not only that, we are teaching our students about the Salem witch trials and how you had all these religious people and how they were so mean. There's other examples, okay? Other examples of times in history where you have these biblical people or you have these people who are religious who are so mean. What is this teaching our kids? This is teaching our kids that basically, being religious is not good. They teach us evolution, which is a form of atheism. And how do I know this? Because, folks, I haven't always been religious. It hasn't been until recently that I became religious. I was an atheist. And I know why I was an atheist, looking back. The reason why I was atheist was because of a simple reason. How God was portrayed. First of all, by the media. How religion was portrayed by the media. How people who are religious are portrayed by the media. And by pop culture. Secondly, what was being taught in our school. And how science is the greatest thing. Science is the greatest thing that has ever came to be. And that you can't question science. Questioning science is not possible. That is as true as the Bible. Folks, I want you to know this. All of the dictators that we've had, all of the big dictators we've had, the socialist we've had. You want to know something? They were all atheists or agnostics. Folks, agnostic, you're basically saying, there's a spirit up there, but I don't believe in God. So you're really not sure. There's really not anybody, you don't really believe that there's anybody higher than human beings. So there's no, atheism is basically saying there's nobody higher than human beings, and that we are the highest power in the world, in the universe. And that basically we, as humans, in science, are the highest. And therefore, we're in control of everything. We control the climate. We control the economic system. We control everything. We're in control. If we wanted to, we can control a plate to move on its own. Ah, that's preposterous. Well, what are you basically saying? There is nothing higher than human beings. So human beings have the highest power. Human beings, there's nothing higher than a human being. So therefore, we're in control of everything. So we can control everything. We can control what other people do. We can control whatever all inanimate objects do. We're in control of it. So basically, instead of believing in God, believing in someone higher than us, we're playing God ourselves. We're playing God. How? How are you playing God? You tell me. You tell me. And why do I have such a big problem with this? Because when you look at human beings as the highest power, and that there's nothing higher than a human being, you're basically saying, we're in control. We're the highest. We're the best. And these are the same people who believe that in fate, that fate determines where you live. These are the same people who believe in social, economic, income inequality. They believe homosexuality should be legalized. They believe in abortion. They believe in, heck, they believe what Obama's doing is fine. They believe that the FCC should control over what the news is. They're the ones who are believing that the parents of Justina Pelletier are basically medically abusing their child. Justina. They're the ones who believe that the Tea Party should be targeted from the IRS. They're the ones who want Obama to run for a third term. Folks, it's all connected. It really is. It's all connected. And here is my last thing I'm going to say after this long 5 hours, which I hope you all listen to. I'm trying to think of what I was going to say. It slipped out of my mind. It was, like I said, it was at the top of my mind and it slipped. But anyway. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I am going to link you to a very important documentary. And I need you to watch it. I need you to watch it. It is very important that you watch it and that you listen and that you see and you soak up all of this information. Because, folks, this is critical. Very critical. What's in this documentary. And folks, that is it. After this very long 5 hours, I know, very, very long, I am finally heading off. Trust me, folks, not all of my shows will be this long. Today was an introduction, and there was a lot of things I needed to express today that needed to be put out there. Okay? That is why this show was very long. But it won't be very long anymore. Maybe an hour or two. Talking about some very important issues going on in our country. Currently. Okay? So, that's what's going on, folks. I hope you all understand where I'm coming from, and I hope I educated some of you. And I gladly appreciate you listening in. And I hope you join me next week for another show of the Steve B Show. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful week. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. And we will see you next weekend. Take care.